It's just sitting down now. And traffic.
I do have two sets of glasses. What's that?
Maybe are they off? Are the screens oh they're on. Well, it's weird because it shows us the right decision. Oh, but there isn't any way of, it's not touch screen. Well, Terry. This did not work. It should be this so that the public can see that. Yeah.
Terry, just so you know, I think he's already dialed.
Really huge. I don't know yet.
Okay. I wanna make sure we have a quorum when I start.
Yeah, you can only see that edge. How are you? Good. Mark that.
You wanna be the timer?
No, I think.
Are you? He screws up.
Thank you, Karen. I really appreciate your support. Well, you can say it from now to future, we had like a meeting.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
What do you guys need that?
I have it here, but
Because no one can read my notebook.
That's good.
And Aaron, oh, is that the sign up sheet? Sorry.
Staff ready?
Well, I had rotated cups.
I can get you to. I get everybody to silent for a moment.
Yeah,
We're getting ready to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann has a louder voice than me, so I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Before we started calling our first meeting tonight to order, I wanted to explain the order of the meetings tonight, because it might get a little confusing, so let me do that first. First, in the board, and in explaining this, let me say that the Board of Adjustments members are the same people as the Plan Commission members. So those people, we do have a Plan Commissioner online. There are 3 of us sitting up here. We are also members of the Board of Adjustment. So as you see me convene that meeting first and then go to the Plan Commission meeting, you'll realize we're convening meetings. They do different things, each group does different things, but they're the same people that sit on those boards, okay? So it doesn't get confusing.
Could you speak up a little louder, please? Or
I'll try to talk as loud as I can. I am, as you can tell, I talk very softly, but I will, if you can't hear me, please at any time, someone raise their hand so I know that you can't hear me. Sometimes it's not apparent to me. So
And you
thank
can always move your chairs up closer too.
Okay, so let me explain that. We're going to first convene the Board of Adjustments meeting tonight. And we really only have one item on that agenda. which happens to be the minutes of that meeting. Once we finish with that, we will convene the Plan Commission meeting. And as some of you know, there are two items on the Plan Commission agenda for this evening. So that will be the order of the meetings. I just didn't want anybody to get confused. Okay, and with that, let me welcome you to the April 11th, 2024 meeting of the Town of Berthoud Board of Adjustments. I call this meeting to order at approximately 6:03. Now, it's the tradition of this board and of the Planning Commission to start our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance, so if you would please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, I'm Karen Anderson. I'm the current chair of the Board of Adjustments and the Plan Commission. I'd like to thank you for being with us tonight. Copies of tonight's agendas are at the front of the room at the table here. Please take one, and it's now time to mute your phone as well. Okay, at this time, I would ask the board members present, first, the one.
Commissioner Samadolis had to log off and log back on real quick. He wasn't getting any audio.
In order
He's
for us,
just joining back on the meeting.
so he is back in the meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, I would ask Terry, thank you, to call the roll of the Board of Adjustments.
Okay, sorry, just one moment. Sorry about that. Chairperson Anderson,
Here,
Commissioner Samadolis.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Donnelly,
Here.
Commissioner Hoffmans,
Here.
Vice Chair Smith. Absent.
okay, thank you, Terry, appreciate it. Okay, at this point, and Nick, I hope you can hear us. Acknowledge if you can, hopefully. I'm guessing.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Nick. Okay. At this point in time, I'm going to ask the board members present if they have any questions or comments on the minutes for the Board of Adjustments meeting of March 28th. Comments, questions, changes? Okay. If not, then I would entertain a motion for approving the minutes.
I move to approve the minutes.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes.
We have a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nays? Abstentions? Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the April 11th meeting of the Board of Adjustments.
I'll move to adjourn Board of Adjustments.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Abstentions? Okay, great. So now, let's open the April 11th meeting of the Town of Berthoud Plan Commission. I call this meeting to order at approximately 6:06. At this time, Ms. Rieger, will you please call the roll of the Plan Commission?
Chairperson Anderson,
Here.
Secretary Samadolis,
Here.
Commissioner Donnelly,
Here.
Commissioner Hoffmans,
Here.
Vice Chair Abigail Smith.
Okay. Thank you, Terry. Has anyone else joined us on Zoom?
We do have a few on here, and Noah has joined, our engineer.
So we do have some on Zoom, including Commissioner Samadolis and the city engineer. Correct. Okay, thank you. Okay. With regard to the minutes of the March 28th Plan Commission, are there any comments or changes, commissioners?
Nope.
Okay. If not, then I would entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
I move to approve the minutes from March 28th, 2024.
Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote by signify by saying aye to approve.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any no's? Thank you, Nick. That's all of us, so, all right. All right, so let's turn to the minutes of the March 28th Plan Commission study session. Are there any comments or changes, commissioners?
Nope.
Okay, if not, then I would entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
I'll move to approve the study session minutes from March 28th, 2024.
Thank you, Commissioner Donnelly. And do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those nay, abstentions. Okay, so it looks like we've gone through kind of the more ministerial things. You know, as we have two land use items for public hearing tonight, let me provide some procedural background before we delve into those. You know, the members of the Planning Commission are volunteers, and like many of you, we are residents of Berthoud. Our duty is to review the application materials provided to us, hear public testimony, hear from the applicant, and then discuss the matters before us as they comply with the land use code and its review procedures. In doing so, please note that the code and other regulatory prescriptions provide certain criteria for approval that we must consider. We have staff in attendance tonight to provide us with presentations of the agenda items and who will lay out the criteria and parameters for approval. You'll also answer the commissioners' questions. Once the staff has completed their presentation, the applicant will be permitted to provide information about their application. After that presentation, the public hearing will open. We gain insight from the information and viewpoint the public provides. Your input is welcomed and is appreciated. If you wish to speak tonight, you will sign in. There's a sign-in sheet up here, and I know some of you have already done that. You've signed in, so thank you for doing that. And then I will call you to the lectern. We will give you some notice, and we'll let you know that it's almost your time to speak. We'd ask that you keep your comments relative to the matter that's being discussed, and we ask you to direct your comments to the members of the commission. You will be given 3 minutes to speak. As stated, tonight we have 2 items to be heard. To recap the process again, note that staff will introduce and present information about each item, and then the applicant will make a presentation. After that presentation, the public hearing will open. Okay, so having said that, let's begin with the more substantive parts of our agenda tonight. Ann's going to walk us through. Ann Johnson, who is the director of the Berthoud Community Development Department. I always forget to put community in there.
Can I ask one question, please?
We actually cannot take questions until open public hearing.
It has nothing
So-
to do with the hearing at all. It has to do with anybody who's remote. Can we see them on the cameras so they're not hidden?
We have one commissioner who is on Zoom at this time, and no, you cannot see him. I don't think we have the facility to do that. So, okay, please hold your questions though until we get into open public hearing. Okay, and as I said, Ann Johnson, who is the director of our Community Development Department, will introduce our sessions tonight. So Ann, if you would please do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. Ann Johnson, Community Development. With us this evening on Zoom, we have the Town Attorney, Aaron Smith. Aaron, are you able to say hello?
I am, thank you. Ann, I am here.
Thank you. We also have the Town Engineer, Noah Nemmers. Noah, are you able to acknowledge that you're here?
I'm present. Good evening.
Thank you. And then also we have 2 planners with the town. We have Tawn Hillenbrand. She is the town's senior planner. We have Lauren Richardson. She is a contract planner with Baseline Engineering. And then also we have Terry Rieger, and she is the town's planning technician. She's taking minutes. She's making sure that we have all of our technology set up. So that is the introduction of staff. And Chair Anderson, you did walk through this process, and I didn't know, Terry, is there a magic way of getting this on the screen?
Yeah, I will do that right now.
So tonight we have 3 agenda items. And this one presentation is going to be given as an overview before opening the hearing for the first agenda item. So, Chair Anderson, you did walk through this, but I also wanted it to be on the screen this evening, as well as just walk through some of the process, because many of the people in the audience are not familiar with the land use planning process. So the very first step before an application is submitted, it's called the pre-application phase. During this time, an applicant meets with staff, town engineering, public works, operations staff. We review the proposed application. We talk about things that may be of concern so that when they choose to submit an application, that they're already addressing some of the areas of concern. We're also making sure that the application proposal meets with the land use code as well as the comprehensive plan. We have a formal pre-application conference. The staff provides input and direction. The applicants are also given a set of notes and minutes from that meeting to which they choose to or not follow the notes and the directions that staff has provided in that meeting. And then the applicant prepares their materials. Once an application is prepared, the next step is that application submittal phase. At that point in time, the application materials are received. Staff does a high-level cursory review to determine are all of the materials that are required or asked for from special circumstances in the pre-application phase, have they been provided? The public is notified and comments. Referral agencies such as a school district, any special districts, the fire protection district are given an opportunity to make comment on an application. If they have comments, concerns, questions, suggestions, those come back to us in a process called the referral process. And that referral then is entered into the record, and we write about the responses in our staff report. Then staff reviews everything and provides comments to an applicant. Sometimes applications are more complex, and an applicant might be in the cyclical application review process for several months. Sometimes it's very straightforward, and they're in that development review for just 1 or 2 cycles. So resubmittals and re-reviews are conducted, and then once staff determines that an application is ready to go to public hearing, then we schedule and notice that public hearing. They're noticed in a paper. Surrounding property owners within a certain distance are provided with notice, and it's also then scheduled through the town. Where we are this evening is at the public hearing. It's also a public meeting. So tonight, again, as Chair Anderson mentioned, there will be a staff presentation. Staff will talk about the high-level overview of the project. The applicant then will make a presentation and give their details about the application. And then after that is closed, then the public hearing will be opened by the chair, and members of the public will have 3 minutes to speak about any topic that they wish to share with you tonight about the application. And then after the public hearing is closed, then planning commissioners deliberate amongst themselves. They'll ask questions. They may ask questions of the applicant. They also may ask questions of staff. I missed a very important step in there. After the public hearing is closed, the applicant has the opportunity to come back up and have what we call a rebuttal, or they address what they've heard from the public, or there could be some questions that staff has or that members of the planning commission has. Then the applicant then goes back to their seat, and then planning commission has discussion and voting. So after it is either approved or the application is denied. Then there are conditions of approval, signing of the documents, recording documents, and some items Planning Commission is the final say on, such as a final plat. But tonight, the 3 agenda items that you have, you will be making a recommendation to go to the Town Board of Trustees. At that moment in time, staff represents your deliberation and your findings, and we take your recommendation onto the Town Board of Trustees. So again, this just goes over and in more detail that bubble public hearing that we are tonight. Again, there's a staff presentation. The applicant makes their presentation. We have the public hearing, and then there is discussion and voting. So with that, are there any questions from the planning commissioners on the process of the hearing, which is very repetitive of what you indicated, but I also did want to repeat and put something on the screen for members of the public that aren't familiar with our process.
Commissioners, do you have any questions about that?
Nope.
Nick, questions?
No,
Thank you.
no question.
All right, and Chair Anderson, if I may, the next project that we're going to hear, Ms. Richardson is going to present Heron Lake 17th filing rezoning. And is there anybody else here besides Denise that is planning on speaking about this?
I'm sorry, I put it
She
on
wrote
the
down the wrong
piece of
one.
paper.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll get you on
Blame her, I guess.
we'll get you on the right one, Denise.
That says Revere on there, that you have Denise on it. It does say
yeah.
Revere.
Oh, it does say Revere. You're right.
Oh, okay.
All right. No one Heron Lakes. All righty. Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks, Neil.
All right. Go ahead, Lauren, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Tonight, I will be presenting Heron Lake's 17th filing rezone. The applicant, represented by Jim Birdsall, I believe is here. The property is located west of Berthoud Parkway and south of County Road 14. The current zoning for Area 1 is R2 and or limited multifamily residential. It's approximately 0.658 acres, and the applicant requests the rezone for Area 1 from R2 to Ag. And Area 2 is currently Ag and is approximately 0.659 acres, and the applicant requests a rezone from Ag to R2. Oops, my goodness, how did I, okay, here we go. So here's a parcel map with the little blue sliver highlighted. That's what we are discussing tonight. That is the rezone area. All right. The existing surrounding zoning of the property can be seen in this slide. The north of the site is zoned R2 as well as to the south. The east is also R2 and the west is Ag. The future land use map shows Area 1 as suburban residential and Area 2 as agriculture. This switch is to ensure that all residential lot lines are within the R2 zone district and all the functioning golf course land is within the Ag district. Okay, so here's the proposed zoning map for tonight. As you can see, Area 1 up top is proposed as Ag, and Area 2, the sliver down below, is proposed R2. And those are the little rear lots. That's neither here nor there. Next one. The review criteria for an amendment to the official zoning map can be found in the Berthoud Municipal Code, section 30-3-110D. There are 5 criteria to maintain sound, stable, desirable development for the town. The zoning map shall not be amended except for any of these 5 items. Number one, to correct a manifest error in an ordinance establishing zoning for a specific property. And staff is not aware of any error, so finding is no. Two, the rezone an area or extend the boundary of an existing district because of the changed or changing conditions in a particular area of the town generally. The development has experienced minor design changes in the rear lot lines adjacent to the golf course. The rezone is in order to make sure that all residential lot lines are zoned R2, like I mentioned, and all golf course land is zoned ag. Number three, the land to be rezoned was zoned in error and as presently zoned is inconsistent with the policies and goals of the town comprehensive plan. The property was not zoned in error. Staff is not aware of any existing inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan, so that would be a no. Number four, a proposed zoning is necessary to provide land for the community-related use that was not anticipated at the time of the adoption of the town comprehensive plan, and the rezoning that will be consistent with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan. And the proposed rezone is consistent, staff has found, with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan. The proposed rezone map is slightly different than the current land use map, but the proposed map is swapping 0.659 acres from ag to R2 and 0.658 acres from R2 to ag. And this switch will be to ensure all residential lot lines are within the proper district. Number five, the area requested for rezoning has changed or is changing to such a degree that it is in the public interest to encourage development or redevelopment of the area. And staff found that the zoning adjustment will ensure that the lots and golf tracks are completely located within the proper taxing districts. So yes. And finally, staff recommends Planning Commission make a motion to recommend approval of Heron Lake's rezoning map, Amendment 6, to the Board of Trustees. And thank you. Staff is available for any questions.
Commissioners, questions of staff at this point?
Nope. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Semadalis, do you have any questions of staff?
Yeah, I do. I just have a question related to why.
Commissioner Semadalis, can you speak up a little bit?
Oh, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, so it looks like there's a swap of zoning, and I understand like area two is probably to make those lots a little bit deeper or whatever, from the original zoning, but for area one, what exactly is area one gonna be used for? And is there a reason to do like a swap? Cause it almost looks like a one-for-one swap.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can definitely see where you would think that. Well, as far as how it's gonna be used, I'm gonna have to ask the applicant for more details on that. All I know is that it will be ag, and it will be considered part of the golf course.
But it does, to Commissioner Semadalis' point, it would put each piece in the proper taxing district to be adjacent with everybody, all the other parts of the property that are in that tax district. Okay, got it. No questions, thank you.
And I will pull up the applicant presentation.
So at this time, we would ask the applicant to please come up and make their presentation. Please state your name and your address.
Thank you. My name's Jim Birdsall. I'm part of the ownership group of the TPC Colorado and Heron Lakes project. Address is 2435 Heron Lakes Parkway. Based on the number of the plat, it's the 17th filing and it's our 6th rezone. So we've been in front of this body a number of times, including recently, I think about a year ago, maybe a little less than a year ago, for the preliminary plat of the 17th filing. And we're working on wrapping up, addressing staff comments on the final plat of 17th filing. So we'll be back in front of you hopefully soon with the final plat. The question that came from the commissioner online is a very good question. The acreage where it's virtually identical is purely coincidental. It's really interesting that it came out to almost exactly the same, but it really is just a coincidence. So effectively what we're doing is a housekeeping or cleanup item, and was mentioned by the commissioner online. Area 2 is to make the boundary of the zoning consistent with the lots of the 17th filing. The original golf tracks, which we call G tracks, were established with our original plat in 2008. Those were created before the golf course was actually designed. So we had our golf course architect do what's called a routing plan that generally lays out the golf course. Can you see that map?
Not yet, so.
Okay. There. Can you see that? A little bit of
We
color?
can see it. I don't think the audience can see
Yeah,
it.
can you put it on the big screens?
Yeah, thank you. So the area circled in red is the 17th filing. But you can see the rest of the neighborhood and the golf tracks. So the golf tract to the west has 5 golf holes in it. But again, that tract was created originally in 2008, and then we modified it a little bit based on input from the PGA Tour. I think it was in 2014 or maybe early 2015. But again, before the golf course was finalized, and before we had the neighborhood designed. So now that we have a plat where we know exactly how the lots are intended to be shaped, the golf course has been built, we're cleaning things up. As I mentioned, area 2 is to make the boundary of the zoning line consistent with the property lines of the plat. And then area 1 was originally thought, well, that could be development. But now that the golf course is constructed, the way that hole, which is our hole number 5, is designed, there's sort of a bend to the hole. And so the orientation as you're coming up to the green is more to the northeast rather than straight north. And so we felt like putting houses behind that green aesthetically was not ideal. And so we want to keep that area as part of the golf course rather than part of the development. So that's in layman's terms, what we're proposing is effectively a cleanup of the zoning to make it consistent with the plat and consistent with the design of the golf course.
Thank you.
Happy to address any other questions or?
Nick, I'm sorry, Commissioner Semadalis, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. So will that area just remain as a grassy type area, or is there plans or intention of building something there, or doing something with that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, great question. No, that would be part of the golf course, so it would be, some of it would be maintained in turf that's part of the course itself, and the rest would be native grasses, but nothing would be constructed there as far as buildings.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hoffman.
And R2 is gonna be built, or it's just
The R2 would be part of the 17th filing plat, which would be all single-family residential lots.
okay?
Yep.
Any other questions of the applicant, commissioners? Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. All right, so now would be our time for a public hearing. And at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to speak about this particular land use item?
And Chair Anderson, there was no one on the sign-up sheet. The sign-up sheet has been given to Terry, but if anybody else wanted to speak.
Right. Well, with that, I don't see anyone raising to speak about this. And since we don't have anyone on the sign-up sheet, I'm going to close the public hearing. All right, commissioners, now is our time to deliberate about this land use issue. Anyone want to start? Anyone have any questions, comments that they want to make?
No, I think it looks like a simple cleanup, just tidying up, and I mean, I kind of understand the whole concept there. I mean, that zoning is probably pretty tough to get 100% spot on, years ago before the
thank you, Commissioner Semidales. I forgot that, staff, is there a way to put the criteria back up on the screen while we deliberate?
Do you want me to do it?
Just for the audience benefit, what we are asking is that staff put the criteria that we are to evaluate in whether we, in approving or not this particular land use item. Any other questions while we wait for that? Any other comments?
I didn't have any comments either, it seemed pretty straightforward.
Similarly, I would agree with Commissioner Semidales that
Just
Um,
slideshow. I'm pressing it.
that we really are looking at a kind of a cleanup rezoning here. And something that's, and we're not talking about a lot of land in either part, so it makes sense to make everything contiguous, and I think that's what the applicant is trying to do. We can't get that up on the screen, that's fine. I think we all realize that there are at least 3 out of the 5 criteria met, as I saw that on the screen earlier, so. Is that okay, commissioners? Not seeing it right now? So I think we all have reviewed it. All right. If we don't have any other any more comments by the commissioners, then I would entertain a motion with regard to this land use item.
I move to approve the Heron Lake 17th filing change of zone request as the criteria for approval outlined in the staff report.
Do we have a second?
Yes.
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Semidales. All right, we have a motion and a second. Terry, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes.
Commissioner Donnelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Semidales,
Yes.
Chairperson Anderson.
Yes. We have, with that, the motion passes. We do have a second land use item on the agenda tonight. It's actually 2 items. First, the Revere Neighborhood Master Plan, and second, an ordinance amending the Berthoud zoning map to rezone the Revere property currently zoned PUD to SR Suburban Residential and SC Suburban Commercial. And Ton Hildebrand, a senior planner in the Berthoud's Community Development Department, will present the staff report on these items. Ton, and Tom, would you also, or Ann, mention which stage the neighborhood master plan is in the development process?
Absolutely. I'll explain that now while Terry gets our screens taken care of. So the Revere Neighborhood Master Plan and Rezone is essentially the first phase in the process of a land division. So the Neighborhood Master Plan is a requirement of any rezone or preliminary plat application. So if they were to get approval for this Neighborhood Master Plan request as well as the rezone, the next phase in the process would be preliminary plat. A preliminary plat is then the process to actually develop or create sellable legal lots, or well, the first phase in creating lots or tracts and open outlots. And then if that were approved, and that goes again before Planning Commission as well as the Town Board of Trustees, and that's can take months, if not a year to complete. If that's approved, it then moves on into final plat. Final plat is when the actual sellable lots are created, so legal lots. They're assigned parcel numbers, all that through the final plat process. Final plat is also where we define and establish a development agreement. So anything that is related to responsibilities of the developer, such as infrastructure, those are listed and laid out in the development agreement. So essentially how the agreement of how they're going to proceed once they get beyond final plat. After final plat, then they can move into, once they can move into the process of them putting in their infrastructure, and then once that's completed, then they can move on to the actual building permit phase. So hopefully, and that is a very broad view. Of course, this process from beginning to end for land divisions can take anywhere from 1.5 years to 2 years to complete.
So to summarize, we are basically at the first major stage
Yes.
in the process
Mhm.
with the neighborhood master
Yep.
plan.
So
which
this
what
is
we're-
the town looking at with our overall concept and doesn't meet the criteria of the development code as well as the comprehensive plan and the future land use map within the plan. And then any overlay districts or other plans that are applicable to the property, which in this particular case, the Mountain Avenue Overlay Zone District would be applicable to this property. So this is them giving us their concept. And then, as I'll state in my presentation, a neighborhood master plan is binding. And so once it is approved, they are required to adhere to their neighborhood master plan.
It's the more conceptual kind of plan, that's not totally conceptual, but that's what you're telling us.
Correct. Yeah. And Terry, I'm not sure.
Is that the correct one?
I think this might be the applicants. Do you want me to just X out of it? I don't want to mess with it and then screw up the whole process.
Is this one yours?
Mm-mm. Okay, should be. Okay, excellent, thank you. Okay. So hopefully everyone can see this. So this is the Revere project. The currently undeveloped 38-acre property is located at the northwest corner of State Highway 287 and West County Road 8, also known as Mountain Avenue. The subject property is currently zoned PUD or Planned Unit Development and is designated suburban business and suburban residential on the future land use map. The applicant, Babcock Land Corp., is proposing two requests, neighborhood master plan and rezone. As mentioned, the subject property is currently zoned PUD. According to project records, the property appears to have been zoned PUD in June of 2006 as part of the approved Revere Mixed-Use PUD Overall Development Plan, or what is referred to as ODP, which proposed both commercial and residential uses. Shortly after the ODP approval, it appears that the town received a preliminary plat and final development plan, or what is often referred to as an FDP, application for the development, renaming the project to the Berthoud Parkway Plaza. However, it appears that the Berthoud Parkway Plaza project never advanced and the preliminary plat and FDP were never approved. The prior PUD process typically set development standards at the FDP or final development plan stage, which was very similar to what we now call the neighborhood master plan. Over the course of the last few years, the town has phased out the PUD process and the PUD zone district, which is no longer a preferred zone district. So the town has encouraged property owners with PUD zoned properties to transition their projects to a current zone district rather than continuing with the PUD FDP process. The Revere Neighborhood Master Plan and Rezone project had 2 rounds of referral agency review. Additionally, neighborhood notification was sent to adjacent property owners notifying them of the request. At the first submittal, the neighborhood master plan proposed an apartment complex, but after first review, staff found that the apartment did not meet the intent of the suburban zone district, nor the comprehensive plan. So one thing I would like to point out is that in the initial agenda packet, there was a TIS or traffic impact study that was provided. I mistakenly attached one that was outdated. And so that may have led to some questions about the apartments because they were addressed in the previous TIS and not in the most recent. So that was brought to our attention by the applicant, thankfully. And we were able to get you, hopefully, I think Terry provided you with the most current and recent or the approved TIS with this neighborhood master plan. So the neighborhood master plan is a conceptual design of the development required with a rezoning or major subdivision application that depicts the applicant's overall vision for the development, including transportation, zoning, pedestrian network, parks and open space, subdivision identity standards, and other amenities. The neighborhood master plan is binding on a development, and all future plating and zoning actions must follow the approved plan, or they can apply for an amendment of said plan. The neighborhood master plan proposes commercial development along the southern portion of the site adjacent to County Road 8 or Mountain Avenue, with smaller single-family residential lots along the center of the subject property transitioning into larger single-family residential lots along the northern portion of the subject property. Section 30-6-106 of the municipal code states that a neighborhood master plan must consist of specific elements, as mentioned just a moment ago, including but not limited to zoning, transportation, open space, and parks. Through staff and referral agency review, it was found that the neighborhood master plan contains those required elements. And this screen in particular shows the proposed pocket park and pollinator garden, which are one of those elements. Section 6 of the Town Development Code states that the town shall use the following review criteria as seen in the packet and on the screen before you, in addition to other applicable provisions of the code to evaluate the application. In order to approve a neighborhood master plan, the criteria must be met. And this, continuing, this is the first 3 review criteria, and on to the next slide, we will see the last 2. Staff finds that the Revere Neighborhood Master Plan request meets the review criteria. And I can come back to these slides later if you have additional questions. So now as we move on into the rezone request, as already noted, the subject property is currently zoned PUD, which was approved in 2006 as part of the Revere Mixed Use PUD Overall Development Plan, which proposed both commercial and residential uses. If the subject property were to remain PUD, the approved ODP would remain in effect and would be applicable to the subject property. So however, since the PUD process has been phased out by the town of Berthoud, it is no longer preferred zone district. I do apologize, sorry, that's too quickly. So therefore, rather than continuing through the now removed PUD process, as I had stated, we have recommended that the applicant rezone the property to a current zone district. The applicant has requested to rezone the property from PUD to SC, or suburban commercial, along the lower 1/4 portion of the subject property, and SR, suburban residential, for the remaining 3/4 of the subject property. The proposed commercial areas would be focused in the SC zoned areas, while the single-family residential uses would be focused in the SR zoned areas. This request is consistent with the future land use map contained in the comprehensive plan. Rezoning is addressed through an official zoning map amendment. Section 3 of the Development Code states, for the purpose of establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development within the town, the zoning map shall not be amended except when it addresses one or more of the criteria provided in your packet and on the screen before you. Staff finds that the proposed rezoning meets criteria number 2, so the town has shifted away from planned unit developments, and the proposed rezoning will help create more consistency between the project and what is intended in the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. Therefore, staff finds that the Revere rezone request meets the review criteria. So in conclusion, staff recommends Planning Commission make a motion to recommend approval of the Revere Neighborhood Master Plan to the Board of Trustees with the 2 conditions provided in your packet and on the screen. Additionally, staff recommends Planning Commission make a motion to recommend approval to the Town Board of Trustees of the Revere rezone request to rezone from PUD, planned unit development, to SC, suburban commercial, and SR, suburban residential, as noted in your packet and on the screen. And I am available for any questions and certainly can go back to any of these slides if I need to.
Any questions, commissioners, of staff at this point?
Yes, I have a question. As it relates to the second criteria of approval, which relates to the annexation request for the remaining portion of County Road 8 and County Road 19 intersection, as well as the segment of County Road 8, east of County Road 19 at the preliminary stage. Where exactly is it?
It's a small portion of that, so it's of course, south of the property, that intersection of 19 and 8, there is just a small, without a map, I'm sorry. It is a very small sliver, and then there's a portion between that intersection and just before you get to Highway 287 that have not been annexed. From Highway 287 west by, I don't know, a couple hundred feet maybe, has already been annexed. So this is just this odd chunk of county road that is not annexed. This request actually did come at the request of Larimer County's engineering department. The town has maintenance agreements, and they have just asked that since this will trigger additional traffic, that we go ahead and annex it, and that the town essentially would do maintenance.
Was it requested to create the roundabout over there? Or to change a little bit the
I believe the roundabout, and I think the applicant could probably address this a little bit more, or Noah, our engineer, is online. I do believe it may have come out through the traffic impact study, and that was their preferred mechanism for traffic control.
Can you better explain to us condition number 1?
I can. So condition number 1 was asked by Little Thompson Water District. They understand that the neighborhood master plan is conceptual and that this isn't the defining moment of where we do establish so preliminary plat is when we would get into more of the nitty-gritty with the infrastructure. They would have civil plans, development construction plans that they would have to submit at some level at preliminary plat. So they were acknowledging that this is conceptual and they're okay with that as long as any other outstanding comments that they have about existing meter pits be addressed at the next. And so they understand that not all of this needs to be addressed and figured out exactly at this time, and thus that condition.
Okay, so to recap that then, these types of concerns will be things that are reviewed at the next stage if this were to pass both.
Correct.
Planning Commission and Board of Trustees.
Correct, absolutely, yes. Yeah, and more staff wanted to put these conditions in, and it's just that safeguard so that should, staffing change or what have you, or say we don't see the preliminary plat for a number of months, that these don't get lost in the mix, and so that they're upfront and they're there so that we know, okay, we'll look back at this and know that we need to cover these conditions moving forward.
Commissioners, other questions of Ton at this point?
Another question, Tom.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
The development review application, I'm assuming that's out of date, right? Because in there, they talk about proposed unit 31, and, I think there was multifamily checked off, so I'm assuming that's out of date. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
That is correct. So such things as the application form, we require that only once at the very beginning. And as they move through the process, if the request changes slightly, like in this particular case it did, especially with the apartment complexes and then moving into single-family dwellings, we don't require that they update the application. The only time we would require that is if there was a change in ownership. And mainly the application, one of the most important components of the application form itself is that we do have ownership acknowledgement, that what they are providing is true and accurate to the best of their knowledge, and that they're also providing their consent that the application can actually proceed.
Thank you, Tom.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Would it be appropriate at this point to ask the city engineer to provide his summary of the transportation study?
Yeah, certainly. Can you all hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so we assessed the traffic analysis that was submitted, focusing primarily on access points to ensure they meet spacing requirements. We also consider traffic flow looking at full build out, which in this case forecast out to 2042. In addition to traffic, we look at potential impacts of things like parking, pedestrian connections, sidewalks, trails, regional trail systems, and those aspects. To your point, in this case, they are proposing a roundabout currently. Again, this is just at the master plan stage, but it looks like a roundabout would be able to fit there. Some of the commission may remember that a roundabout was also considered on the east side of Meadowlark. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough room in that intersection to do so. on transportation.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the increases in traffic that may be caused by this development? What the study showed, give us a little summary of that kind of thing.
I think I would defer to the applicant's traffic engineer for that. They would be able to give you a little bit more detailed background and probably know off the top of their head.
Okay.
And is that traffic study up to date? Because, I thought the traffic study included, or I don't know.
Yeah, as Todd indicated, there may have been a couple of versions, and you guys may have it over one of your packets, unfortunately.
You know, I have one question on the map and on the traffic study. There's a little, I don't know what it is, a road, they call it RIRO.
Yeah, so that's a right-in, right-out access. That is proposed access that would be right-in, right-out only into the commercial space in that location.
Any other questions of the engineer or of TON commissioners? This time? Thank you,
No.
TON. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Over here. Okay, at this time, we would ask that the applicant please provide their presentation and that you state your name and your address.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Turner and my address is 444 Mountain Avenue. I'm with TV Group and we have been working on.
Can't hear.
A little louder?
Yes, louder, please.
Start over.
No problem, I can speak up. So I'm with TV Group and we've been working on the planning for this site for quite some time. And we
Let
appreciate.
me stop you. Can everyone hear her now?
No,
No?
Would you like to move to the front row?
no, we'd like her to speak louder.
Do you have a microphone?
I will try and speak a little bit louder. Is this working a little bit better? All right, I think if I lean a little closer, I get closer to the mic as well, so I will try and stay here.
Thank you. Sorry to
That's okay.
interrupt you there.
Usually people ask me to be a little more quiet, not louder, so it's all good. We appreciate the time tonight to be able to share a little bit about this property and answer any questions that you might have. So this is really just, the first map is really just intended to give you a view of where this is in the world. And Ton also covered this, so I won't spend a lot of time here, but basically the northwest corner of 287 and County Road 8 is where this site is located. Just the right arrow. Click on the next one. Thank you. All right. So I wanted to start by just telling you a little bit about the plan that we're proposing. As Ton mentioned, the site is approximately 38 acres and we're proposing 100 residential, single-family detached lots and about 3.7 acres of commercial located along County Road 8. It's this mix of residential and commercial to be in conformance with the current comprehensive plan, which shows exactly that as in what's intended to be developed here or hoped to be developed here as part of the town's master planning. You'll notice that there's a large green buffer that goes all the way around the property and it varies in size depending on where you are, but it does wrap around the entire perimeter of the property. In the center of the site, you'll notice that we've included a centrally located park space. There's actually park space on both sides of the road. Two different kinds of parks, kind of an more active park on the west side and a more passive park on the east side. So centrally located, so it's easy for everyone to access. And it would also be easy for folks from the commercial area, depending on what developed there, to use the sidewalk system and also be able to utilize those spaces. In addition, we have a pretty extensive trail network for such a small property. So along the eastern boundary, and I don't think that I have a mouse to be able to show you this, but along the eastern property, closer to 287, you'll see a trail that runs north to south. It turns the corner and then it connects to the existing regional trail. So this portion of regional trail is going to connect what will eventually be built as part of the Ludlow property to the southeast. It will create that connection all the way from the south up to the existing regional trail that's currently located just north of the property boundary. In addition to the regional trail, we're proposing a neighborhood trail system. So you'll see this running through the top portion. Let me see if I can. Nope, I don't have a mouse. So, so you'll see it kind of along the northern buffer area. It wraps all the way around to the street system. Where you see those green belts that cut through the neighborhood between lots, we have trail connections that come through there as well, so that folks will easily be able to access it. We also have multiple stubs that come from the regional trail on the east side of the property, and they work their way all the way through east to west, connecting through the park system as well. So where you see those green belts and the little white lines, those are the neighborhood trail system that we're proposing as part of this project as well. And then you'll see that there's a bit of commercial that's located along County Road 8 as well. That is where the frontage is and where we would anticipate commercial users would want to be located, and putting that residential up against the existing neighborhoods. We are proposing our largest lots along the northern property boundary, and slightly smaller single-family detached lots are centrally located in this development. All right, so this is we'll just be on this slide for a minute, but these are just a few of our numbers that are included in the neighborhood master plan. So based on the acreage that we have for this property, we are required to provide two different product types, and we are doing just that. They are both single-family detached, but they are differently sized enough that they count as two different product types per the land use code. We are required to provide 5 subdivision identity elements, and subdivision identity elements are things that make a neighborhood feel more like a neighborhood. So there are things like playgrounds and trails, community gardens, it may be entry signage, things like that. So it's based on how much you are proposing for the development. This neighborhood would require 5 elements, and we are proposing 6 for this neighborhood. And the elements that we are proposing as part of the neighborhood are a pocket park, a trail system, playground equipment, fencing and walls, a pollinator pallet that would be used throughout the neighborhood, and buffer areas as well. Okay, so this is the plan, and you'll see that we've got some highlighted lines on this plan, and this is really just to help you see the trail system that we're proposing. So again, along that eastern edge, you'll see that regional trail, which is shown in blue. The orange lines that you see that run through the plan north to south and east to west, those are more of those neighborhood trails that we're proposing. And then the green lines that you see are all part of the detached sidewalk system that will be a part of every road system that goes through this neighborhood. So a few things that I wanted to point out with this. We have about 1.5 miles of trail that we're proposing as part of this plan, trails, regional trail and neighborhood trail. And then if you add in the sidewalk system as well, that would be an additional 1.8 miles of pedestrian access throughout this neighborhood. Let's talk about open space and parks for just a minute as well. So you can see there's a pretty significant amount of open space on this plan. This property would require that we have 3.8 acres of open space. We are actually providing 13 acres of open space, so significantly more than is required. But we felt like the buffering and where we're showing that open space makes a lot of sense to serve as transitions to the adjacent neighborhoods and the adjacent uses. In addition, the requirement for parks for this neighborhood would be an acre. We were providing just over double that at 2.1 acres. Again, we wanted that centrally located park. And we just felt like, you know, we wanted to look at this as what makes the most sense to design for this community as well as the surrounding neighborhoods as well. And not just what are the minimums that we need to provide for this development. So when you add up all of our parks and open space combined, it ends up being about 39% of the site. So it's fairly significant what we are leaving undeveloped to accommodate those parks and open space buffers and trail systems. All right, these are a couple of enlargements of the park space for you. On the left side of the screen, you'll see the westernmost park space. That one's intended to be more active, so it includes loop walks, it includes playground structures, it includes turf areas for running around, throwing a frisbee. It also includes some shade structures to give some folks relief from the heat that we all know we get in the summers here. And then on the east side of the street, you'll see that more passive park. And that's designed as a community garden area. We would be incorporating a lot of our pollinator plants in that area. It's got a really loopy trail system through there just to give folks a nice place to walk. We've also planned on a seating area that would include kind of lounge chair, Adirondack type chairs, and gathering space around that trail system as well. So just a little bit quieter if somebody's looking for a place to be outside, but doesn't necessarily want to be sitting right next to the playground. And that takes us back to the overall plan. And I'm gonna stop there and open it up to any questions that you might have for you, but we just wanted to say it has been a process with this site. And as Ton mentioned, we started with something completely different. We got really good feedback from staff. We got really good neighborhood comments back. We took those into consideration and have incorporated them into a plan that now includes only single family detached. We've removed all the higher density housing that was originally proposed, a significant amount of open space, a significant amount of park space, and a trail system that I think is gonna help fill in the gaps between some of the existing neighborhoods and neighborhoods that are going to be coming online in the near future. Thank you very much.
Mr. Commissioners, do you have questions? Yeah.
Not at this time, no.
I don't have questions either.
I have, Nick, do you have any, excuse me, Commissioner Simodalis?
No, I do not at this time.
I have a couple of
You
questions.
know what, well, maybe it's not really so much a master plan. I guess my question is, there's a lot of open space here, playgrounds and stuff. Who's gonna manage that? Is that something the city's gonna manage? Or is that gonna be an HOA or Metro District? Who manages?
That's a really good question. So the open space areas and the park spaces would be the requirement of the HOA to manage and maintain.
And will this subdivision have a Metro District as well?
This site does not currently have a Metro District. I don't know if there are any plans for that. So a Metro District or a HOA is what would be required to, in any subdivision, maintain their open spaces and their park spaces.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was one of my questions, but I have another one.
Okay.
I noticed that you have 2 detention areas here. Are we talking about detention ponds being in these areas? What do we mean by that?
Sure. So we are at the master planning stage. What we've done is we've identified where the water needs to go. Detention ponds can really vary in what they look like. Sometimes they are pretty deep and sometimes they're really shallow. And you may not even notice them. In some areas, they're actually planned as ball fields for communities to use because they only drop down a little bit. We'll get more into the technical engineering of that at preliminary plat if this were to be approved to determine how much space, you know, do they need more space, less space, what the depth might look like, and then what the landscape treatment might look like as well.
Commissioners, any other questions?
Yeah.
additional parking like near the parks that is being considered? That might be, maybe that's something that would be discussed in the next stage?
You know, these are pocket parks, and typically parking is something that's considered at a neighborhood park scale because they're significantly bigger. They have more amenities, and so there may be folks coming from other parts of town specifically to use things like a soccer field for a soccer game, things like that. Pocket parks are really intended to serve the neighborhood that's surrounding it. They're intended to be more pedestrian. There is on-street parking, and you can see these parks are situated in a way that there's not lots right in front of them. So there is going to be a fair bit of on-street parking. But we typically wouldn't see parking spaces included with a pocket park.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Of course.
Could you expand a little bit on the commercial development that's planned and how you envision that, the roads and the access in and out of that area, as well as what type of commercial businesses you would anticipate to be in this area?
Sure. So the purpose of this application is to rezone to that suburban commercial from PUD and suburban residential, and also to show you generally how the site would work. We can take kind of high-level engineering and planning principles and apply them to make sure that this is realistic, but we haven't done the very detailed engineering yet. So we have done some initial testing to see how this primary access into the site would work. And it does seem like a roundabout will fit in that area and would help, would handle the traffic that is required. So it would move people at the appropriate times. It would prevent having backups, things like that. So an appropriate traffic mechanism in that location. We're also proposing a right-in, right-out. It's actually an existing approved access point to the site right now. So it would be a right-in, right-out just to the commercial. So it would just be folks turning in and then turning back out to give a little bit more flexibility to the flow within the commercial area. How the rest of the commercial will work will depend on what the ultimate users are and what the ultimate design is within those parcels. So we do not have a list of users for those parcels yet, or a specific design within those bubbles. It would really come down to who ended up having an interest in the site. And then there would be a requirement to submit a site plan that would go through the city process with staff review and public input. So that would be part of the process for everyone to understand who's proposing a use there and how everything would circulate and what it would look like. But until you have those actual users, it's really difficult to guesstimate who might want to land there and what the site might end up looking like.
Is there any plan to use the first entrance that we see on the map coming from the east? So you see there's an existing short street over there. Is there any plan? Yeah.
That goes into the
Just
edge
to
of the
reduce,
commercial.
if you have a big commercial there, or some activities to reduce the traffic from the main road.
Yes, so that little stub that's showing right on the eastern edge of the commercial, that is the right in, right out.
Okay.
And so we would plan on using that as an access point into the commercial, as well as the primary roundabout as an access into the commercial areas.
No, but I mean the first one, not the one with the
that's what she's
roundabout.
talking about right here.
Yeah, this one here, yeah.
The little short one that's
Yes.
right next to the eastern edge.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the right in, right out.
Okay,
And yes, we would propose using that.
okay. Any chance we can see a few parking places in this development? Because yes, there's no parking places, and in case, there's a kid wanting to meet another kid in the playground, the mother is coming, where is she parking?
Sure, and that's something that we can certainly look into. All of the streets would have on-street parking, so that would be an option as well. All of the single-family detached would have garages, and they would also have driveways. So there would be a significant amount of parking to handle everyone who's there. And, the typical way that visitors park when they go to someone's house is they park on the street in front of their house.
Yeah, but on the small lots, I mean, smaller lots of 45 feet, sometimes you have cars in the driveway, so you cannot park. So I would recommend to have at least close to these two, to the park and to the other park. They are pretty close to each other, so if you can make a few parking places, that would be one of my recommendations, yeah.
That's certainly something we could look into.
Thank you.
You bet.
I brought up earlier to the city engineer, whether he could summarize for us some of the findings of the latest traffic study. Would your engineer be able to do that for us if that person is here?
Yes, yes, we do have our whole team here, so I'll invite Ruth to come up and talk a little bit more about the
Thank you.
traffic.
And could you please state your name and your address?
Yes. I'll put this here. And where's the mic at? Is it just on the computer?
Built in.
Built in, okay. You can hear me and can you folks hear me? Okay. My name is Ruth Rollins, P.O. Box 1164, Fort Collins, Colorado. And I am the owner of Rollins Consult that performed the traffic impact study. Let's see, so what questions
Can you speak a little bit louder, please?
Okay, sorry. So when we do traffic studies, we go out, we do existing counts at the intersections. We look at growth in traffic, which I took into account the Ludlow project and other development proposals around here, added that traffic to the roadway system. And then we add this project's traffic to the roadway system, and we do an analysis of what the intersections, how they operate, what they need to look like, turn lanes, whether they need to be a roundabout or a signalized intersection or a stop-controlled intersection. So all of that is addressed in the traffic study. And that's how we came up with the roadway plan, the proposed roundabout, we looked at the right in, right out, and how traffic moves into and out of the site. Specific questions?
Can you tell us what that means in terms of when you did that study and you looked at all those things? I know that you're looking at future traffic and that kind of thing from all of those areas. Can you tell us what the conclusion was as far as the additional traffic with the recommendations for like the roundabout?
So we do a level of service analysis. So we look at the signalized intersections, stop controlled, and the roundabout. And we do a technical analysis of how those will operate during the morning peak hour and the afternoon peak hour. And we use the level of service thresholds that Berthoud has adopted. We primarily use Lovelands from the Larimer County Urban Area Street Standards. And we look at, do we need to do any additional work on these intersections to bring it to a level of service that's acceptable? And the proposed intersection at 287, or not proposed, it's existing, obviously, at 287 and Mountain, the future of that intersection and what it'll look like, this project won't have a negative impact on that intersection as far as those thresholds go.
I'd ask the audience please not to react. We need to hear what the applicant has to say.
Okay, so we look at that was the big intersection that we looked at, currently signalized. We looked at 2042. And then for the roundabout, we have a special analysis that we do for that. We look at the flows into and out of that roundabout. And that also met the level of service thresholds that the town has adopted as their standards. So
what you're saying is the study showed you that you would be meeting the town standards.
That's correct. Thank you for clarifying what I should have said to you to begin with.
And could you just comment for the record, what was the year that the traffic study was done?
It was published in January of 2023. Yeah.
And again, that takes into account your estimate of future traffic considering additional homes and, okay.
Yes, so we factor existing traffic up by a growth factor. And then we take into account mainly all the projects that are going on east of 287. We add all that traffic in, and then this traffic also.
So all of that is included in the 2042 analysis.
So you're looking as far as 2042.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Because we want to look long range, right? In case we need an extra turn lane, in case we need a right turn lane. We want to look at the long range future, not just the short range future. So that's why with your neighborhood criteria, we do a long range analysis.
Let me ask another question. I'm not sure this is for you or for staff, but if this project moves forward into future stages, will there be another traffic study done at that point?
I believe at preliminary plat, they would have to resubmit at least a traffic impact study, and if revisions were necessary based upon review at that time, then they would have to provide those revisions. Again, it's one of those that depending on when they submit for preliminary plat will really, but yes, they will submit a TIS or traffic impact study, and our engineers will review it again.
So that will happen again then at the next stage?
Correct, at preliminary
stage.
plat.
Okay.
And then at final plat, they would have to submit a final traffic impact study.
2 more traffic impact studies.
Essentially.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any questions, Ms. Rollins?
I have a question.
Go ahead,
So,
Commissioner.
if I'm reading this correctly, the requirement was to put a right-hand turn lane into the right in, right out entrance, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and then how many lanes will that be going from the east to the west, west of 287?
Well, in the long range future, there'll be a dual northbound left turn from 287 onto Mountain Avenue. So there'll be 2 lanes to receive that, but then they will narrow back down to a single lane.
West of the, west of the, okay.
Yes.
So how far is it between 287 and the roundabout?
You know, I don't recall right at the top of my head, so I will find that out and I can answer that question.
Right, yeah, and the reason why I ask is I know sometimes these roundabouts get congested, and they back up onto 287. I know one on Burgess Parkway does that every so often.
Right, and so when I had the traffic projections, I do take a very close look at that. I also looked at the eastbound traffic on Mountain that will stack up in the long range future at 287 to make sure it doesn't stack all the way back and block the roundabout, right? Because then suddenly we don't have any movement in that roundabout. So I did take a look at that with the long range projections, and the distance was adequate, but I just don't remember the distance off the top of my head.
Madam Chair, may I make a point of clarification? So with the roundabout, although it is shown here as conceptual in the neighborhood master plan, at preliminary plat with that traffic impact study, they will be required to provide more information and more specific details about the construction and the overall functioning of the roundabout. So the nitty-gritty details will be sorted out and determined if that is the appropriate, and moving forward with the roundabout will take place at preliminary plat. At preliminary plat, the applicant is required to provide 80% complete construction plans or development construction plans, and so those are civil sets, civil engineering. So civil engineering would include the roundabout, all the internal roadway systems, also your water utilities, all the utilities. So easements, all that good stuff is in the civil set at preliminary plat.
That's good to know, thank you. And I think, so what you're really, to recap that, what we're really saying then is some of the more conceptual things here, the lines start getting colored in when you get to the preliminary plat, including more specifics about the roadways and what's within the requirements and that kind of thing. Correct. Any other questions of Ms. Rollins, commissioners? Or of the applicant of Mr. Turner? Okay. Right. With that, then we will open the public hearing, but before I do that, I wanna remind you, we all have, many of these land use issues are somewhat emotional, but I'd ask you to please not react, that you please give everyone a fair chance to provide their comments. And that you make sure that when you do come to, when you're called and you come to the lectern, here, actually here, right? That you state your name and that you state your address, and you will have 3 minutes. We will be timing you, so please keep those things in mind. We want to make sure this moves along so that you don't have to be here until midnight. So we will be trying to keep those timeframes strictly, I should say. Go ahead.
Did anybody else want to sign? Please come on up and sign. There you go. Yep. Are you a physician?
No.
Okay, so I can't read that.
Oh, come on, that's okay. But I was in healthcare for 35 years, so that's
What,
pretty
what,
close.
Bartlett?
Mike.
Mike.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Give me my address?
Yes, please.
Anyone else need to sign in to speak? We'll pause here. I will remind you that when we close the public hearing, that public hearing will be closed. We will not allow anyone else from the public to speak at that point, so, all right.
One more
Go ahead.
signing up. Thank you. We will go ahead and I will announce 3 people, and just be prepared to come up and maybe you can stage yourselves. But the first will be Bridget, and is it? Guccione, thank you. Stephen Keep.
Yeah.
And then Scott Woods.
Okay. So I'm going to open the public hearing now. Public hearing is now open, and our first speaker, please come, walk to the lectern and state your name and your address.
My name is Bridget Guccione. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
My address is 810 Berthoud Peak Drive, Berthoud. The location of our lot has the most exposure to the proposed development. We have the longest lot with no trees
Let me
between
stop you for
us.
just a second. Would you please speak to the commission?
Sure. We have the longest lot with no trees or other barrier between us and the lot. We purchased a 1 acre lot and built on it because we wanted privacy. We wanted to enjoy the outdoors. We wanted a community that was more rural so that we could enjoy the outdoors. We did not buy an acre lot and build a very expensive home to have 6 or 7 houses back up only about 50 feet from our land. And there is no buffer the way it is designed. There were comments that there were input from the neighborhood, and I don't know who those comments were other than what I provided to Ton on replies. And they were not positive in the fact that this was a development that was such high density. Repeatedly through the report by the staff as well in the required elements and in the master plan, it talks about density and how it specifically says that there's under zoning, under the required elements, that density is consistent with the neighbor to the north with a slightly higher density. And you're talking about our development being 0.68 lots per acre, where the proposed is 3.2. So you have a multiple of 5. I'm sorry, that's not a slight increase in density. Our desire is for the area south of our lot, the Revere development, not to be suburban residential. We understand it's going to be developed, but being not rural is negative to everything that Berthoud has done in the past and proposed. our understanding was that everything west of Highway 287 was to have a rural feel. Old kinds of Berthoud where it goes back to its roots. And the fact that you're putting a 3.2 density next to a 0.68, that doesn't even line up with the rest of Berthoud where you have larger homes on larger lots that have a lower density. Even the development that's proposed still north of our area has a very big green buffer.
Sorry.
Already?
No, sorry, yeah. So it was very loud, but I mean, we try to make it consistent so everybody has the right to.
Okay, what I'm saying is every place else around Berthoud where you have something like that, you have transitions, you have buffers. There is no buffer between what the Revere development says versus what Belcarra Estates has.
Your time is up, but thank you, we appreciate
Thank
your
you.
comments. Okay. Next speaker, please.
Stephen,
Yes.
and then Kelly will follow Scott. Kelly Sigton.
Please state your name and your address, please.
My name is Stephen Keep, 530 Talons Reach Run, Berthoud, although technically we're in Larimer County. First, I'd like to address a couple things that we see in the staff report that appear to be erroneous. To the immediate west of the Revere development is Longs Peak Farm HOA, Longs Peak Farm subdivision. It's not agricultural land, it's a conservation development of 84 acres, 36 homes in Larimer County. It's specifically designed as such and has to remain that way in perpetuity. So when it says agricultural undeveloped in the staff report, that's wrong. It's a straight up error. There's several others of that, but I'll leave the exact comments with planning so they can make it. Most of the people in our subdivision were not informed of this because we weren't treated as a subdivision. They sent some to agricultural owner who's currently residing in Iowa pending getting his home built. There are 33 out of 36 houses built in our neighborhood right now. We're essentially almost done. The density in the areas, I'm just gonna amplify, is significantly higher than anything we've got too, anywhere from 3 times more dense to 7 times more dense, depending on the lot. Now, we do have a great deal of open area, since part of it is agricultural. We've got bald eagles, we've got elk, got all of that wonderful stuff there. But the lots are sized to have 80% of the land is open space and agricultural, and 20% is reserved for the homes. And even so, all the homes are significantly larger than this. The next one, which came out really tonight, the traffic study. We think the traffic study is gravely flawed. As you approach County Road 8 and you turn to the west on coming up 287, that is one of the more high traffic collision zones in all of northern Colorado. I mean, if you look at Larimer County, that is every other night there's a crash there because you've got 65-mile-an-hour traffic heading north and you've got crossing traffic. Now, right now, as we turn west onto County Road 8, which is the only artery that gets into our subdivision, we've got a light and a single lane, and even so, sometimes it backs up. A double lane, and then per the plan here, within 400 feet, a right in, right out into a commercial area, and then 200 feet after that, a roundabout, and frankly, Americans have trouble understanding roundabouts, is almost incomprehensible. And so we see the traffic likelihood going up, the backup on 287 going up. Is that my 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was clear.
I'll leave the other comments.
Yeah, so thank you for these comments.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Scott Woods, 900 Berthoud Peak Drive, Belcarra Estates. I've been in the subdivision since 2016. With the developments to the west of me, I've noticed traffic increasing dramatically already. Turning from Mountain Avenue or County Road 8 onto 287, that light systematically fails. Traffic accidents, you sit through 1, 2, 3 lights at times, it's gonna end up identical to the one at Berthoud Parkway, in which you sit through 3 lights. And there's gonna be numerous accidents if we allow a huge development in that area. Also, I have concern over the current residents there, the 10,000 prairie dogs. What are they going to do to address the prairie dogs that are living on that land? I'm serious about that. And I yield the rest of my time to Kelly.
Thank you, sir. And actually, you still just have 3 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, it's not Robert's Rules of Order,
And
okay.
following Kelly, there will be Jeremy Hiltner,
And then Pat Guccione, thank you, and then Dave Pierce.
Gotcha, thank you. Kelly Seaton, I reside at 820 Berthoud Peak Drive. I'm here tonight to encourage the Planning Commission to deny the request for approval for the Revere subdivision as is and reconsider a rezoning request for suburban residential instead to rural residential. I encourage you to implore the developer to go back to the drawing board. While their current plan does considerably reduce the number of homes and 0 apartment complexes from their first submission, the density is still too high for what is defined under the town's master conceptual plan. The written narrative also doesn't match the plan itself, which is interesting to me that the town, as Ton noted, doesn't require an updated application because, as my contracts professor taught me, if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. And if that still says there's apartments, they can still have apartments, according to contracts. I ask that they take their time to update the narrative to match a conceptual sketch as planned to provide a professional response. As a very active community member and fairly new in the grand scheme of Berthoud, town resident, I am not opposed to development. We are in fact a community where good things grow. I'm simply more supportive of when it is done with community input, collaboration, and foresight into the future. None of this has been the case with the Revere development. There have been no community meetings even offered with any of the neighboring subdivisions with just, this is my backyard, I'm next door to Bridget. In the review of the process, as earlier by Director Johnson, it was clear also Berthoud had removed the requirement of community meetings at the expense of their process. Sorry, I'm gonna get emotional here in a minute. As I drive home dozens of times a day, I drive past a sign that says Larimer County put up just from last year, it says this is a right to farm community. You notice that if you live here. That sign is merely 100 feet past the entrance proposed to Revere. It fills my heart with pride to be on the west side of 287, which Berthoud celebrates with overwhelming support to keep rural communities west of 287 in their master plan. Just yesterday, I watched 2 high school students drive their tractors to school with pride across 287. If we keep allowing our community to encroach on our community's traditions like this, they will be lost. Our current community infrastructure and emergency services cannot handle an additional 200 homes. I was hit 2 weeks ago at 287 Highway 56, turning north in the single lane, second car out with the green light. People run that light every day. I watch it from my backyard. You cannot tell me that that intersection is safe as is, let alone adding 200 more homes. It took 32 minutes for the sheriff to arrive on scene. 32 minutes. So all I'm asking for you is to reevaluate this traffic study and also look at the infrastructure our community has already and you're adding more to it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Please not to react. We want to make sure we have time for everyone. I want to hear what everyone has to say. Please state your name and your address.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jeremy Hiltner. I live at 1011 Berthoud Peak Drive. In addition to echoing the comments made by Kelly, Scott, and others, and Bridget, I wanted to refer back to the comprehensive plan because our comprehensive plan, because I think it does provide some guidance in this matter. Section 3.8 under housing diversity says, and quote, the density of neighborhoods generally radiate from high density in the urban center to lower densities as neighborhoods feather outwards towards the rural parts of Berthoud. So you can envision density getting less and less as you get further and further from the center of town. If you look at the housing density being proposed in this development, there is no feathering The density in this development is very similar to the densities that you find on the east side of 287, getting closer. So when you look at it on a map, you see that the density of this development is very much out of place, not just given the characteristics of the existing neighborhoods, but it is not consistent with the guidelines and the spirit of our comprehensive plan. So I'd urge you to revisit the spirit of the comprehensive plan when you look at the characteristics of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. And remember to state your name and your address, please.
And then after Pat, there's Dave, and then Jim, is it Schwettler? Schweider. And then Bet, B-O-E-T-T, Pruitt. Brett. All right. Pat.
Okay, I'm Pat Guccione. I live at 810 Berthoud Peak Drive. I'd like to echo the comments that have been made about the density of housing in the Revere development is totally inconsistent with what was envisioned by Berthoud in the original master plan that was voted on by the whole town in 2006. All right, where west of 287 was going to be significantly lower density. I also agree that the traffic study is flawed, and a major point is being overlooked. You have a right-in, right-out access to a commercial development. Turning right, leaving that commercial development takes you west. There's nothing west. Any traffic that comes into the commercial development from 287 will then either be forced to make an illegal left turn to get back to 287 or go west on County Road 8 and make a 360-degree U-turn. How can that possibly be safe? You're adding 233 cars, an average of 2.3 cars per household, which is the Colorado average, to a neighborhood that is already bounded by what is clearly identified as one of the most dangerous intersections in northern Colorado. In that 1 mile stretch of County Road 8, Mountie Boulevard, in the last 2 weeks, there have been 3 multi-car accidents with 3 hospitalizations, 4 cars totaled, and a fatality. All right? Let's not make it worse than it is. On top of everything else, that section of County Road 8 is very popular with recreational bicyclists from all over Larimer County. There's absolutely no provision made for their safety. And unfortunately, the town of Berthoud doesn't have a great history in terms of protecting bicyclists from traffic. All right? So I ask that you take that into consideration. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, my name is Dave Pierce. I live at 901 High Mountain Drive in the Belcarra Estates. So we are in the property just north of the proposed plan, right on the corner. So when I became a resident about 9 years ago there. So we've seen the growth, consistent development. When we came there, a number of the lots weren't developed. The main reason a lot of people came into those lots was the same reason we did. You know, we anticipated no growth, no development of this nature, very consistent type homes and lot sizes are gonna be built to the south of us, or maybe a subset of some commercial, but not at this density. Part of that also is sitting on the HOA and being on the board as new residents came in and decided to purchase homes, a lot of their decisions were made on what we've presented to them as well. So then you put us in unique situations where a lot of people move into those properties and those locations based upon what we felt to be future-proof, right? Add that to the design and development to the west of us, because some of the residents are here. We worked with the development company, with Birdsall and them. They were very much engaged with us during that property and that development. And I think a lot of guys came to the concessions of what that was gonna look like, and we were good with that. This particular property, we've had no interaction with them. We've had no discussions. This has all very much changed the scope of things over the last couple of years, and obviously doesn't approach that. Speaking to the roads and the developments quickly, County Road 19, there is no way that traffic information is correct.
So you,
The County Road 19, which is the next roundabout, where the roundabout is, you go to the west of that, that has not been taken into account. I was in and out of this community for about 3 years, out of town quite a bit, and I can tell just the major impact that's had. There's right turns there, the additional traffic, the access road that's coming out of that property is gonna impact that whole area. It's not convenient. And as you sit here today, trying to make a decision if you're gonna approve this or not, I don't know how you can go forward. We have no specific traffic details. Nothing was provided to us. You've got no, they may talk about they did the study. Nobody's been able to provide the traffic specifics. So if you're thinking about moving forward with this, I don't know how you can go ahead and prove that with the information that we've got today. That's all I've got.
Thank you.
thank you.
Next speaker, please, and who are the?
So after Brett, we have Tom Pryor, Bo Barney, and Kirk Roltz.
Madam Chairman, I'm Jim Schweider. I live at 523 Nesting Eagles Way, which is in the Longs Peak Farms development. I'm one of those who's not necessarily opposed to developing the corner of 287 and County Road 8, but I believe that the zoning and the development need to be harmonious and consistent with the pre-existing uses of adjacent and nearby property. And I also don't think that any development should overburden or exceed the carrying capacity of the infrastructure, specifically the roads. And I didn't have access to the revised traffic study that the applicant submitted, so my comments are geared toward the initial study. So there's relatively fewer houses now, 200 some houses in place of multifamily housing. But nevertheless, some of the comments I think are pertinent. So to quote from the initial study, the full build out of the project will result in an estimated 7,193 daily, 317 morning, and 660 evening peak hour trips. Well, that's a really significant increase in the traffic volume. Now, admittedly, that was for the old proposal, not the new proposal, but you're still talking 100 single-family homes, and as the prior speaker said, 2.3 cars on average per home. So that same report, the initial traffic report said, and I'm quoting again, at the intersection of US 287 and Mountain Avenue, the westbound left turn or through movements are projected to experience long delays under both background and total traffic conditions. As traffic volumes on US 287 increase, the cross streets are expected to experience longer delays. So there you have the applicant's own traffic study admitting that there would be significant traffic delays. That study also required road modifications or recommended road modifications. And the question I have is who's going to pay for those road modifications? Larimer County? Well, as it happens, Larimer County currently has on its website a transportation survey of county residents. You can get it on the website, it's real easy. Here I'm quoting from the Larimer County traffic survey. Quote, Larimer County's transportation needs far exceed available funding. Larimer County only has about 7 million annually from all sources for bridge replacement and roadway and intersection improvement projects on the county's road system. Quoting further, Larimer County's 2017 Transportation Master Plan identified $750 million in immediate and future road and bridge needs. I know my time's up. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you.
I would submit that this may be mitigated somewhat if it goes to
Sir, I'm
100
sorry, I have to
units,
cut
but
you off. I have to be fair to everyone.
thank you.
And if, Madam Chair, if you do have something in writing and you'd like to provide it, we will provide it with the town board packet. So I
Okay.
do have one, and if you wanted to provide that, I can take that.
Brett Pruitt, 551 Talons Reach Run in Berthoud. I didn't come with anything prepared. A lot of the topics that I wanted to talk about have already been said. I did hear from a few things I learned just hearing tonight with the traffic assessment published in 20 January of '23, meaning that most of the study that they had done must have been done in '22 sometime. Also that they were proposing, I never heard about this until tonight, 2 lanes northbound off of 287 onto County Road 19. Followed with the right in, right out. We've had comments about how, well, not everybody's gonna abide by that and cutting right into the traffic, maybe taking a shortcut left-hand turn. And then the circle. So at Berthoud Parkway and 287, basically we're reproducing that exact scenario, but with this right in, right out only, turned 90 degrees and facing it west. I know I've got 3 minutes. I know everybody wants to get out of here early. I'd like to leave my remaining time in silence out of respect of the fatality that has occurred on that intersection, just to think about that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask the next speaker to come up with, I understand the previous speaker's sentiment.
My name is Bo Barney. I'm at 830 Berthoud Peak. I too am one of the homes that are more exposed to this new development. And like some of the other members have stated, I just wanna reiterate kind of what they have said about the density. We moved in 2020 with the same dreams of the other members here of being more rural and experiencing some space and some of that rural development. And so I would just ask that you guys take into consideration the density of this new development. And again, I wanna piggyback on the traffic that we're gonna experience here. I too sit on my back deck and watch ambulances, police officers at that intersection constantly. I drive home seeing police lights at that intersection, hoping it's not my family that's been involved in an accident. Okay, so I just think that the amount of traffic that this is gonna bring to that intersection, again, a right in, right out, that's gonna cause people to go west, like they were saying. So now they're gonna take illegal turns, they're gonna turn into other developments, cause traffic in those developments to try to get back around. So I just want you guys to consider the density, the traffic, and really encourage you guys to deny this as it's proposed. And again, I'm not opposed to a development there. I would just like to see it more in line with the density of the community that we've moved into. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Could you tell us who's up next?
Is it Kirk?
This is Tom Pryor, sorry.
Tom, all right.
I live at 901 Berthoud Peak Drive. We moved to that address in 2019. Moved to Colorado in 2008 after growing up in a small town in Wyoming. But I got here as fast as I could. My desire to move to Berthoud was because I believed it to be the last holdout on the Front Range of being a small town. And every year I see that diminish. And a development like this is completely contrary to what I thought the spirit of Berthoud was as far as remaining a small town. And especially as we go into West Berthoud, where the agricultural roots of the community lie, a development like this is a complete slap in the face to that spirit. So I do want you to consider what density is being considered here, and it needs to be completely altered. I think a swift denial of this application is in order tonight. And like my neighbors have said, we're more than happy to work with any kind of development as long as it's reasonable and aesthetically comparable to what we've built already on that side. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next we have Kirk and then Roger Schaefer, Cody Sullivan, and Mina Cox.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Kirk Rolfs. I live at 1010 Berthoud Peak Drive in the Belcara neighborhood. I don't have any prepared remarks, and I would echo pretty much everything that's been said tonight. I think we would all agree that development growth is never going to stop, but it needs to be managed properly. I would also point out that the conceptual drawings that we've seen are a concept for a neighborhood, but that is driven by the zoning of the neighborhood. So what I understand the meeting tonight is to approve or deny the zoning. So I would urge the commission to deny the SR and go to RR, rural residential. And I think that'll clean up a lot of the density issues. Also echo everything that's been said about the traffic. It is remarkable how many accidents go on in there. Now, that's a traffic engineering issue, but it can be exacerbated by a high-density neighborhood going in. So hopefully, don't know if it's within the scope of the commission, regardless of what the outcome is of this development, we need someone to look at the engineering of that intersection. Regardless of what it's happening today, imagine what will happen if you add that much more density to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
So I've sat here, Roger Schaefer, 1001 Berthoud Peak Drive, Berthoud, Colorado. Love living here, great place. Instead of, everybody else has basically put all the comments I have. And the big thing I was gonna say, two questions. How are we dealing with water for this new development, high density? Don't give me an answer, but it's a question for you guys to answer. And then the other thing I would comment on is I never got any information on this until I received this in my mailbox, which is from our people yesterday. So how am I supposed to help if I'm not informed? And then I just want to finish with one thing. So here's the question I had. Why are we putting a roundabout on a very busy route that has all those houses? If you go all the way up in the mountains and count all those houses, then you can actually do a true traffic impact study. It's not just who goes by one day or 2 days. You have to go and count all the houses that use that road. So you need to go all the way up in the mountains and everything else. So they're all gonna be on that road. But my question is this. Why are we putting a roundabout in for such a small development? Such a small part to cause lots of problems for this small development? So that's my question to you, and I'll leave you with that. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Cody Sullivan. I'm representing property at 1805 West County Road 8. So this would be just on the south side of County Road 8, directly south of the Revere property. So I've got multiple points written down. So certainly my dad and I, Mel, we own the property. Concerns for us around the roundabout really would be size and scale. So as it constitutes now, that intersection where the roundabout is, the south exit of the roundabout would be our driveway into our farmyard. We've got the 120 acres that are south of there. So we have truck traffic, farm machinery, all of those pieces that come in and out of our property throughout the season. So if a roundabout were to be put into place, making sure that it's up to scale in size to accommodate 53-foot semi-trailers hauling hay, tractors and balers, those sorts of things, cattle trucks, and that coming in and out. We also have an irrigation culvert that currently goes under County Road 8, where the proposed roundabout is as well, to bring water to our east field east of the house. We also have irrigation headgate that would be north of Ed Skinner's property. So it would be the southwest corner of this Revere subdivision on County Road 19 on the Welsh Lateral. So there hasn't been any conversation around the Welsh Lateral and the impact of just making sure that easements and right-of-ways are in place there. Also, it was brought up earlier, but prairie dog removal. We've worked hard to keep prairie dogs off of our property, but there's always concern. We continue to watch them creep closer and closer in the borrow pit to the road, making sure that, well, it isn't just, oh, they're gonna get pushed out and they're just gonna move to the south side of County Road 8. And then there's always a question around stormwater, making sure, I heard there are retention ponds, but making sure that as we are downstream of that property, that stormwater would be taken account in account for. So With that, I would say we're neutral on the development overall. I think the piece I would say is our property was zoned as a rural residential property, and then in the last comprehensive plan, unbeknownst to us, it was changed back to agricultural by the town. So that impacts us now if we're gonna have massive development, you know, commercial and all of this across the road, and now we're being told you have to stay agricultural. That changes our freedom to operate. How can we continue to try to operate a farm with whatever is going across the way? So we're neutral at this point, but want to make sure that things are taken into account to at least allow us to operate as such now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Please remember to state your name and your address.
My name is Mina Cox. My address is 841 North County Road 19. I'd like to take all the emotion and everything away because I actually was involved and helped with doing the master plan for Berthoud. So I want to clarify a couple things. This should be really easy for the planning and zoning to deny because it does not meet the future land use plan. It's just as simple as that. That area was recognized as a commercial area. There's not a lot of commercial area in Berthoud, and we have to save every bit of commercial land that we possibly can. And so if you look at the future land use plan, 3/4 of the property is supposed to be commercial, not 3/4 being residential. So it violates the land use plan that is in there. So the first statement that comes out of staff saying that it doesn't is totally inaccurate. Secondly, 287 was built as a bypass. It was designed so that there wasn't going to be a town on the other side of it. The community all came together and described it as being rural, and they wanted a commercial thing because that's the entryway and a small plot of property. Now, it was also defined as PUD on the land use plan. And the reason it was PUD is I went and found this, and what's strange is there was a final development plan for that area, and it was 20 lots. And it was all commercial except for a residential area at the top with large lots that were very similar to the lots that were on the north side. I'm not sure what's happened with that final development plan, but it was part of the master planning we did, which recognized and actually has the correct future land use plan of 3/4 of commercial with just a strip of residential to butt up and buffer that north side. So you guys have criteria you have to look at as a planning and zoning commission. Take all the emotion out. It's not compatible. If you go through your list of what your review criteria is, the traffic plan, springing a traffic plan that no one has seen does not count as a traffic plan. It says the location of the zoning boundary shall be provided with the application depicted, and it should meet and create a mix of zoning which is harmonious with the surrounding property. You've heard countless people telling you it does not match the surrounding property. The other areas, if you just go through your criteria, negative impacts on adjacent land uses have been identified and satisfactorily mitigated. No way. You've heard countless testimony again, just even the traffic stuff that has been brought up. There's a need or desirability within the community for the development, and the development will help achieve a balance of land use and or housing types within Berthoud according to town goals. These are not close to the town goals that have been identified in the master plan. This is supposed to be a more rural area on this side. Berthoud's pretty much their entryways on the west side there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Does anyone else sign up in this week?
Yes, Denise, and then Mike Sims and Diane Pollock.
You say Mike?
Yep, Mike Sims, but Denise.
No, you're at
Nothing I can add. Wait, let me stop for a second. Can you read the three again?
Yes, Denise, and is it Parent or
She's
Pinch?
yielding, she's not, what's already been said, she's not, she's
Then we have
respecting her time.
Mike Sims, and then Diane Pollock.
Hi, Michael Sims, 921 High Mountain Drive. Thanks very much for hearing us out today. We appreciate it. I don't have a lot to add, and I didn't prepare anything in particular, but a few things come to mind. Really, the development is completely inconsistent with the transition plan from the boundary to its north. It's rural. I mean, we got 25 homes in our community and, Bertha Peak and High Mountain over there, 26, I think, right? Irrigation, our ditch runs right in front of our property. I maintain our ditch for the HOA, that runs all the way back to our ponds. If you're talking about ponds, you're talking about water. We have no water. We have no water. How are you gonna irrigate a community with 100 some odd homes and green grass? Then you're gonna say, no, we're gonna put xeriscape. So we can't put xeriscape. It's completely inconsistent with Berthoud, our small community feel, the community plan. We get a transition, and I think most of us in the neighboring communities would agree to a reasonable plan and transition. Also on the traffic study, I don't know, but we go to Carter Lake, we ride our motorcycles and all our friends come, and when they bring their boats, we go. I think the traffic plan needs to include a seasonal effect. There's a lot of people that pull trailers and go across that road to Carter Lake.
So you're talking to us.
All summer long. So really, really important, I think, that you consider the effect of seasonal traffic, not just the routine traffic stops that we've been brought up today. Again, irrigation, ditch water, who's gonna pay for it? Do they get to take ditch water and irrigate their properties with ditch water? It needs to be considered. Ditch water is not free, and we don't have any water in Colorado. Transition, density, I think we talked about everything else. Most importantly, consistent with the community plan. It's completely inconsistent, even with the master plan, where we talk about the transition of communities, even if it were to be defined more suburban residential within the community master plan, there's no transition to boundaries to its north or even west, and again, the traffic. So thanks very much. I don't think I had much more to add. I think everybody said a lot of it, but I really urge you guys to deny the plan as currently constituted and even the rezoning until it gets reconsidered, not only for density, but traffic and all the other things, including irrigation. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Diane Pollock, 2604 West County Road 8, Berthoud. We moved here to our location there about almost 30 years ago. And we have seen an exponential amount of traffic that comes by. The number of campers that go by to Carter Lake is unbelievable every single weekend. And to have that kind of backup, and then you expect large campers to go around a roundabout, the delays are gonna be unbelievable. And so that is one thing I'd like you to really keep in mind. Another thing is, with this number of houses and the tiny lots that these are they gonna even allow for any more than a single car garage? Because if they don't have a double car garage or larger, you're gonna have clogged up streets with people parking on the street in front of their homes. And that gets to be a very negative look for a neighborhood. Those neighborhoods will decline quickly. And I find that to be really a negative aspect of this. I urge you, please, to deny this, to reconsider this. I'm not against development. We know, we've had it come in right next door to us. We had to deal with this before. But to have that kind of a neighborhood at the west of town, which is supposed to be rural, which is supposed to be going out of town, not entering another town. And so we don't want West Berthoud to be West Berthoud town. So again, the traffic is awful. My husband was involved in that accident, in those 4 accidents at 287 and Mountain Avenue 2 weeks ago. Totaled our truck because somebody couldn't figure out how to go through a light. So we are really, really traffic conscious right now. So I appreciate your thoughts, I appreciate your consideration, and please reconsider this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who's signed up to speak?
There's no one else that signed up to speak in this room, but are there individuals on Zoom that would like to speak?
No one has said anything, no.
All right, so we have no other public speakers at this point. With that then, Mrs. forever hold your peace at this point, but I'm going to close the public hearing. At this point, we would allow the applicant to come back to the lectern to address any of the concerns that they've heard or to provide any more information.
All right, I've made some notes about some of the concerns folks had and wanted to provide some.
Sorry, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I'm Jeff Mark, I'm the applicant, 519 Prospect Drive in Castle Rock.
Kristen, do you want to reintroduce yourself as well?
Sure, Kristen Turner, TB Group, 444 Mountain Avenue. So I've jotted some things down. Hopefully I can provide some clarity on some of the questions that have come up. And then if there were additional questions that you had, please do let us know.
Just a little bit louder. I think folks are having a little bit hard time.
You bet. So one of the things that I heard just recently was who's going to pay for the water for the development. So I wanted to make sure that it was clear that the developer will be required to pay for either to provide water or pay cash in lieu or a combination of both for any water that is required for the property. So there is no taking of anyone else's water. He will be completely responsible for providing or paying for the water that is required for this development to proceed. There were some questions about detention. I think it was referred to as retention. And so I just wanted as a point of clarity to say there is no retention that is proposed as part of this project. Retention is where you hold the water and you would see like a permanent pond. Detention is required for all projects. And with detention, the intent of it is to hold stormwater in storm events and then to release it at historic rates. So we are not permitted to allow water to just flow off of the property at rates higher than anything historic. This is part of the engineering process that those ponds will be engineered to do so. They will be reviewed by engineering staff to ensure that they are designed to work in that way. So I just wanted to make sure that that was something that was clear, that that will just be a requirement as part of the engineering documents, that we are only releasing water at the historic rates that it has always left that property. There was a question about garages. We anticipate these units will have 2 to 3 car garages depending on what size lots they're on. We don't anticipate that these houses are going to have fewer than 2 garages. A lot of folks made comments about their house being exposed to the neighborhood. We aren't at the point where we're doing landscape design, but if we are to move forward with the project, if this were to be approved tonight, part of what we would be doing in the future as well is providing landscape screening along the northern property boundary. It could also include some type of fencing, decorative, or if it's privacy fencing, things like that. So there are a lot of tools that we have to help address that area as well. We are also providing a 50-foot buffer in that area. Typically, buffers are not required between like uses. Residential uses are considered like uses. So we did design in a buffer purposely. And then if we move forward in the process, landscape elements and fencing elements are other components that we would also continue to incorporate into the plans to address folks' concerns about if they feel like they need a little bit more privacy along their rear lot line. There are methods for us to help achieve that. There was a question that came up about who pays for road modifications that are necessary. So I wanted to make sure that it was clear that the developer is required to pay for any improvements that are required as part of the traffic study. So anything that's identified and the town decides, yes, this is going to be a requirement of your development, the developer will be required to pay for all of that. The county does not pay for any of it. And then finally, well, 2 more things I wanted to touch on. The traffic study, I know there were a lot of comments that came up about the traffic study. First, I wanted to make sure that it was clear that the traffic study that's submitted is submitted to the town, and the town's engineers review that traffic study as well. And they come back and tell us if there are components that they disagree with, if they don't think we've included enough surrounding information or enough surrounding intersections, if they feel like there are errors in the report. And they will require changes as necessary. So it is not just a report that we provide saying, here's what we're going to do. There is that counterbalance to ensure that it's appropriately done with the town reviewing that and providing feedback. In addition to that, I know there has been some concern from our neighbors about not enough information in the traffic study. And as we mentioned, there will be either a traffic study or if nothing changes, something proving a conformance memo, something to that effect. But that will be required at preliminary plat and at final plat. So at each phase of this development, if there's any tweaks to the plan or as we get into more engineering for the site and staff is reviewing the traffic study, the updated traffic study, and they find that additional improvements are required or that the improvements have changed, those will be incorporated into the plans as a requirement. And then the last piece that I just wanted to touch on was the comp plan. So there's been a lot of discussion about the comp plan tonight, which I appreciate. There have been multiple references to the comp plan of 2006. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that a few years ago, the town went through a pretty extensive process to update their comprehensive plan and their future land use map. This process takes a while, typically between a year and a half. I don't know exactly how long it took for Berthoud to update their comp plan. But it is an intensive process and it includes all of the residents of the town of Berthoud. It includes all of our leadership, the planning commissioners, the town board, everybody is involved in the process of updating the comprehensive plan. They look at the land uses as they were, and they look at where adjustments to what they think the land uses should be for parcels that are undeveloped. And they look at that in conjunction with adjacent development as well, and make those decisions on what they think is appropriate and kind of what their vision for this community is. And so that comprehensive plan that was updated just a couple of years ago was updated to suburban residential with commercial along County Road 8. As a applicant for a project, we are tasked with bringing forth a proposal that is in conformance with the comp plan. So that is what we have done. The suburban residential zone district allows for, they don't define a density, but they allow for several different uses that include single-family detached, townhomes are permitted, duplexes are permitted. So there's different uses that are permitted within that suburban residential zone district. And it could be developed to a much higher intensity as well. We didn't think after we worked through this process that that was appropriate for the site. So we are proposing a plan that compared to other similar residential communities is on the low end of the density range. It is not uncommon to see a single family detached neighborhood that is 4, 5, 6 units to the acre. This one is landing between 2 and 3 units to the acre. So on the lower end, and I acknowledge and recognize that, our adjacent neighbors don't agree that it is, it's too dense, that it's not less dense than it should be more dense, or less dense, I'm sorry. But that suburban residential zone district does allow for variety in product types and for additional density. We're proposing a lower density, and we're also not proposing any of those other unit types, no townhomes, no duplexes. We think that single family detached is compatible with our neighbors. The goal is not to match your neighbors exactly, but to be compatible. And so we're providing similar housing in conformance with the recently updated comp plan with a lot of park space, open space, and buffering.
Again, Jeff Mark with Babcock Land Corp. Thanks for hearing us out tonight. I think a lot of the opinions of the neighboring residents are certainly indicative of what we would typically hear at a public meeting like this for a land use application. So we're certainly used to that. I often say we don't make the rules, we just play by them, and so that's what we're doing in this regard. I thank staff and my team for providing you guys with the facts as far as checking every box, literally every box that is required of us from the town. And not to be reiterative, but we will go through this process through preliminary plat and final plat. So from a traffic engineering perspective, I just ask that you trust your staff, you trust the experts. I'm no traffic expert, that's why we hire them, but I can assure you that our traffic reporting is consistent with everything that's required along the Front Range of Colorado by not only the town of Berthoud, but other similar towns and jurisdictions. And so I understand the concerns of, again, the neighbors, but, and I sympathize with traffic accidents and things of that nature, but when you do sound traffic engineering, you cannot fix, or you cannot avoid people running red lights, people speeding. So that's, you can't take those things into account, unfortunately. You know, as far as the density, I think Kristen hit that pretty well. We're, you know, we've got an application and a master plan in front of you that is less than the allowable density, less than what the rules and regulations here in Berthoud would require. And I think it was mentioned earlier that, you know, this property has been zoned for rural land use, residential. That's actually not the case. I think, again, the staff articulated that it's zoned to PUD today. And then, you know, we've had this property for approximately 10 years. And so we're having to, again, play with the rules that are set forth before us, and those have changed over the last few years. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioners, do you have questions? I know I have a couple.
Go ahead.
Can you put up the future land use map
Can you hold on,
for us
please?
to see?
Let me ask you first, can you confirm that, because we heard people talk about 200 units, can you confirm that your plan is, as we've seen it, to have 100 single-family homes in this area?
That is correct. We will conform to this master plan. And I guess I'd maybe give you a little bit of history. The town's had some turnover on the planning side and with other staff over the last, call it 2 years. We actually believed we had concurrence on the old land plan, which, again, just trying to play by the rules and abide by the master plan and your other governing documents, which at that point in time included apartments. So then when there's a different mindset through different planning and different staff, we then simply conformed to what was asked of us at that point in time.
And when you said you owned this land for 10 years. When it was zoned PUD, what were you planning to develop at that point? Was there any other, what was your
We didn't
plan?
have one, and this is an investment property. We did what's called a 1031 exchange into the property, which you typically by statute only have to hold it for a year, but we've held it for longer because we didn't have a definitive plan, and now we're pressing that forward.
And have you had any meetings with the neighboring properties or with the neighboring subdivisions to discuss what their concerns are?
We have not. Again, I think maybe staff or Kristen could speak better to what's required. But to my knowledge, it was not required to do a neighborhood meeting, so the answer is no.
Let me ask if that would be something you'd be amenable to in the future.
Yes, we could certainly have one prior to, as an example, the preliminary plat, and speak to the improvements that we need to install pursuant to the traffic study, which, again, whatever our impact is, we have to build to that impact.
Hello, Commissioners, other questions?
Yeah,
Mark?
concerning the traffic, can you quantify how many additional cars and traffic we're gonna have at, morning peak and late afternoon peak? How many cars does that represent? Do you know that?
Ruth would know that. If she doesn't know it tonight, it's within the traffic study. And as I recollect, she mentioned earlier, she does the peak morning and peak afternoon traffic counts, and then takes all that into account, background traffic, what we would add to that background traffic, and then looks into the future to the 2042 timeframe.
Yeah, so but the study shows the total numbers in 2042. I wanna know the additional traffic that it represents.
She's shaking her head yes, thank you.
Do you want me to come up?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm gonna set this here, because I don't have it memorized, so I'm just gonna bring it up. It did go down since the previous traffic study.
Can you introduce yourself again?
Yes, my name is Ruth Rollins, P.O. Box 1164, Fort Collins, Colorado.
And you're with Rollins?
I'm with Rollins Consult,
Thank you.
and I performed that traffic impact study. Super coded. Okay, here we go. Have to take my glasses off. All right. So I think the gentleman that was talking about the apartment complex, previous plan was just over 7,000 daily trips. This plan is around 4,000 daily trips. About 185 AM peak hour trips and 385 roughly PM peak hour trips.
So 300 in the morning and 300 in the afternoon.
No, so 185 in the morning.
Yeah.
Some of those are coming in and some of those are going out. So that's total,
Okay.
okay? And then in the evening, 385. Some of those are, about half of those are coming in and half of those are exiting.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Does that, this is, Nick now, does that include, the commercial estimates for the commercial property?
It does. So that's for the site. So it's
Including the commercial.
including the commercial. That is correct.
And, well, I mean, the question there is, it could be like an In-N-Out burger that's gonna have 1 million cars, or it could be something that has nothing, so no one really knows the answer. One other question, does the study, when was the study actually performed? During what month?
Well, it was in 2022. I can't tell. Oh, when were the, I think you're,
Did they consider the seasonal traffic on Carter Lake? Cause I do know that the traffic is more heading to Carter Lake and that during this time frame.
let me look for a second really quick and see when. So the traffic counts were done in June of 2022. So I would say that they did include the traffic. Now, remember, the peak hours of the morning peak hour and the afternoon, evening peak hour. So, but it did include summer, it was during the summer.
And your numbers are per hour or per, peak?
The peak hour, it is an hour, yes.
An hour, an additional 180 in the morning and 300 in the afternoon.
And it's an hour on either end, is what you're saying.
That's correct. So we look at the peak hour. The counts are done for 2 hours in the morning, and we pull out the peak of those 2 hours. And the counts are done for 2 hours in the evening, and we pick out the peak of those 2 hours, or the peak hour of those 2 hours in the evening. This is standard practice.
No, we don't criticize
No.
the method, we just wanna know what it represents.
Yes,
Trying to make sure we understand it.
yes.
Yeah.
And could you comment on what percent increase of traffic that would be on Mountain Avenue then?
That I don't know.
Approximately.
Well, it's gonna be, boy, I would say, let me look at something real quick. I can probably give
Just to
you,
make it relative, I don't know, 300 cars, if that's a lot or
What is that?
hold on. Let me tell you. Let me get my figure. I can give you an approximation, hold on.
Madam Chair, I also know that our town engineer is also available, so if there are any questions, you could address to him as well if you needed to.
That's it. wanna give them their due and then we can ask him those questions. Please stay on the line with us.
Yeah, I'm thinking around 10%.
So it's a 10%, about a 10% increase in current traffic,
No, it's about 10% of the future traffic.
in future traffic.
Cause we don't do an existing plus project, we're
It's
really
the
looking
future
at the
project.
long-range future, that is correct.
Okay, commissioners, other questions of the applicant? Nick, I'm sorry, Commissioner Semadalis, any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question regarding the buffer on the north side of the subdivision there. So my understanding is there's a 50-foot buffer with a trail back there. What are the setbacks on the homes that will be going in those lots?
Sir, I'd have to defer to town staff. I don't know on that lot size, in particular what the rear setback is, which would be the most important, but I believe they're 5-foot side setbacks. It's probably an approximate 20 to 25 front, and then I'm guessing it's another 25 or more in the rear.
Staff, can you answer that question?
Yes, I am pulling it up right now.
And then while she's looking, I mean, I would just tell you, independent of what the town requires as far as the future traffic study, I would commit to certainly updating that in the form of a memo to meet town staff satisfaction prior to the preliminary plat.
Thank you for letting us know that. Obviously, one of the things that we are very concerned about too is that if we do approve this and it moves on, that we provide the appropriate information to the town board. And that may be something that we would ask, but we haven't gotten to that point yet.
And Madam Chair, I do have a response. So for our suburban residential zone district, for a suburban detached single-family house, the rear yard setback, so this is the minimum setback for buildings from the rear property line, is 20 feet. If it were a duplex or paired home, which is not being currently proposed, it would be the same. And that is pretty consistent with all of our other zone districts, so whether that is R1 or R2, which is our single-family residential zone districts, a majority of the rear setbacks are going to be 20 feet.
Okay, so we would expect a minimum, you said, of
Yeah.
20 feet.
Minimum.
20 feet plus an additional 50-foot buffer.
Correct.
Plus the
And
plus the
then-
50-foot
And then
buffer.
whatever the setbacks are on the home to the north. Okay.
So at least, I'm trying to figure it out in my head. If the setbacks are 20 feet on those, a minimum, we're talking about 64 feet?
Well, 60 feet plus
I'm
the
sorry.
50.
Yeah.
Right, it would be
90
a
feet.
minimum, 90 feet.
So about 30 yards. Right.
Is that correct? So from the back of the properties to the limit of the development, there's gonna be 60 feet.
And I believe it's a 50-foot buffer between the rear property boundary of the residential lot to the actual rear property line.
Okay.
Would be 50 feet.
And then you have to think of
Then you have
the
the
setback from the
20
house.
feet from inside the single-family lot to the rear, the furthest rear portion of the
Okay.
home would be an additional 20 feet, so 70 feet.
70 feet from
The home
lot limit to the next
to the rear,
property.
yes, to the next property line,
Well, but then to the next house would be another 20 feet, right?
potentially,
Minimum,
depending
right.
on what their
A minimum, okay.
required zone district setback is.
Right, so I think you're talking at least a 90-foot
Yeah.
buffer. And what you're saying is you would put trees or fences or berms or something up there to buffer. Okay.
All right, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, lastly, I would just say, unless there are further questions, I certainly respect everyone behind me and their private property rights. And likewise, that's why we value what we have as far as the rights that we have, given what, you know, the town's put in front of us from a comp plan and zoning perspective and otherwise. So thank you for listening tonight.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions of the applicant at this point?
I have a question as it relates to the comprehensive plan. I know when I looked at the comprehensive plan, I could see, that there is certainly, suburban residential and suburban business on that plot of property. I don't, I'm looking at, the depiction of a map. But according to what I'm looking at, it looks like, the vast majority of that property is probably, commercial, while the smaller sliver is residential, but I don't know that for a fact.
That is correct.
On your website,
It's on, it is.
right now.
That's right.
Madam Chair, I can clarify.
Please.
So yes, on the future land use map contained in the comprehensive plan, the majority of the property is in the suburban business zone classification or categorization. The upper portion is then suburban residential. What is important to understand about the future land use map is that it is not law. It is not codified. It is our comprehensive plan and it is the
intent of the
ideal,
community.
the ideal build out of the Berthoud community. However, there is flexibility because it is not codified, unlike our development code, which is law essentially. Because it is not codified, there is flexibility. So if they believe, and this is to any property within the town of Berthoud, if they can provide justification that it's not bound to these specific lines, they can certainly make those adjustments as long as there is justification. So for instance, if the developer believed that by doing residential is by far a lower intensity use than a commercial use, and they felt that that was maybe more appropriate to say the residential component to the north, that could be justification then for seeing a reduction in the commercial and an expansion of the residential. So again, because it's not law, there is flexibility in our future land use map.
And again, remind us again what the future land use map says with regard to this particular area.
So for this particular property, I would say the 2/3, so from County Road 8 or Mountain Avenue, going 2/3 would be suburban business. And then the upper portion, 1/3, would be suburban residential, so adjacent to the subdivision to the north. In addition to also, which we haven't touched upon, in addition to the future land use map, this property is also located in the Mountain Avenue Overlay Zone District. So that Mountain Avenue is an additional layer then to the development code zoning regulations. So the overlay then establishes additional requirements, so you have the base zoning, and then you put this overlay and it says, in addition to the development code, you also have to do these things.
And the overlay district, help us understand that. That goes as, how far north does that go?
Mountain Avenue Overlay Zone District in the plan itself specifically states that from the center line of Mountain Avenue, 150 feet.
Okay.
So whatever falls within that 150 feet. But again, you'll see some fluctuations with that in the plan where maybe some areas appear to be actually maybe more than 150 feet. But it states generally 150 feet from the center line of the right-of-way, which keeping in mind that the center of the right-of-way does not necessarily mean the center of the paved road. The road does not necessarily always mean that it is centered within the right-of-way width.
No, I get it. Okay.
So it's from the center line of the right-of-way.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. Sorry.
I would just add that, obviously one of the two primary concerns was traffic. And if you were to, for example, double or bring that commercial to the center line of the property, you would approximately triple the traffic volume.
Commissioners, any other questions?
Based on what? You don't even know what's in there.
May I ask please that you not add comments. At this point, the public hearing is closed. Thank you. Okay, so Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant?
I don't, I think we covered what I had, so
I guess I will ask the question. Did you consider larger portions of the property to be commercial, and did you study that as part of your planning?
Well, we did, again, dating back to when we bought the property, there was the PUD mentioned. And I think that generally speaking, that was laid out for the entirety of the parcel to be commercial. And likewise, if the comp plan mandated that we did 100% commercial, we'd be in front of you this evening with exactly that, with an 30-acre parcel with a layout for all commercial. That just doesn't happen to be the case. Commercial in the real estate world renders a heck of a lot more per foot or per lot. So if you develop a site, you're gonna sell on this location a pad site on a commercial basis between $18 and $25 a foot. Residential is probably $6 or $7 a foot. So from a profitability perspective, I'd be much better off doing all commercial.
Any other questions? Commissioner Semadalis, do you have any other questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Mark?
Nope, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, then it's time for the commission to deliberate. Does anyone want to start their comments?
Well, I personally think that the roundabout just after turning left from 287 is not the best idea. Because the length between the 287 and that roundabout, I don't think that the right turn over there will create a problem, but the roundabout will probably, I mean, if there's a way to move it a little bit further or to move the entrance of the development on, what is it, County Road 91, something like that, because I think that it could cause congestions. That's what I think.
Let me stop you right here. Can we please have the criteria back on the screen? And for the audience notification, obviously our job, as I said earlier, is to make sure that we're looking at the criteria that's defined for us by the comprehensive plan. So let's, if we can, try to make sure that our comments relate to one of those points and whether or not we believe.
All right.
But point well taken. We understand what your comment was.
Traffic, yes.
And so you were looking at the criteria point with regard to number 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Joe, did you have, I'm sorry, Commissioner Donnelly, did you have any?
I do have a couple questions. I guess I'd like to ask staff or comment to staff. Because this is actually two motions. One is to change the zoning and one is to approve the master plan. So if I look at this just on the zoning basis, I think that there was several comments that and I was just looking for it and I'm struggling to find it right at this moment. But there was a part of the code was that to change the zoning, that new proposed zoning should be consistent with adjacent landowners. Is that?
That I don't believe is one of the review criteria. So review criteria for rezone, or zoning map amendment criteria will be on page 7 of the staff report.
Okay.
So for rezoning is addressed through a zoning amendment map. And so section 30-3-110D states that for the purposes of establishing and maintaining sound and stable desirable development, the zoning map shall not be amended except when it addresses one or more of the criteria in that table.
Thank you. Let me ask you, commissioners, would you like to bifurcate this so that we speak to the master plan first and then the zoning? obviously different criteria for
Yeah.
each. Okay, so then let's start by just talking about the master plan, and I believe the criteria that you have up on the screen now is the master plan. Can we have that up? Is there any way to put that up for the audience as well?
Yeah, just post over to my.
And the neighborhood master plan, review criteria starts on page 5 of your staff report.
Thank you. So what we're looking at now is the criteria.
And on the screen, you'll find 3 of the 5, and then the next screen will have the other 2.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess where I'm looking is in your first table in the neighborhood master plan. Part 5 is zoning. And the staff comment is that the proposed zoning district will be consistent with the neighboring residential districts to the north. And I guess I'm questioning that comment. So what is the density difference between a suburban residential and the PUD to the north and what is currently zoned?
That's a good question. So that is a complex question to answer, unfortunately. PUDs, because they were very unique at the time that they were created. I can't unfortunately speak to that specific development's PUD because I would need to pull up the historic documents to see exactly, because they could get very specific and very unique to the development itself. So they could establish their own setback requirements, their own lot size minimums, so your lot standards essentially, as well as uses. So unfortunately, I can't speak off the top of my head as to what that would have been. When saying that it is similar, in the essence, the zone district is consistent in the sense that it is a residential zone district, that it is primarily so as you split it, the northern portions is primarily residential, which is consistent with the adjacent subdivision. And then you have the commercial that is adjacent to the right of way. So in that sense, the consistency, not necessarily bulk and area standards. However, again, looking at the comprehensive plan as well as the Mountain Avenue Overlay Zone District, in which case both of these reference continuously that this would be a suburban, appropriate for suburban development. And so it's consistent with those 2 plans. And yes.
It's suburban development though, that doesn't necessarily mean suburban residential zoning, is that there's the same thing, I guess?
So we have the base of suburban, and then under suburban, there's 2 branches, there's suburban residential and suburban commercial.
There's only those 2 options.
Yes, and then we have it very similar for urban, we have an urban category and then urban commercial and urban residential. Yes, and those are I would say are some of our newest zone districts. Whereas then you have the typical, your standard single family 1, 2, 3, multifamily, commercial and then industrial.
I'm struggling too, I think. And if I'm categorizing what you're saying incorrectly, please let me know. But I'm struggling a little bit too with number 4. And I'm wondering, and I think I'm wondering if there shouldn't be more discussion about mitigating certain things, like, for example, working with the subdivision to the north about what that landscape buffering would look like. And if fencing would be something that would be appropriate. I don't know how you all feel about that, but
Yes.
that's something that keeps coming to mind to me. Nick, can you speak up a little bit, please?
Nick, we don't hear you.
No.
Can you turn the volume up as high as you can?
Or get a
Go
little
closer to the mic.
Yeah.
Nope.
Is there a way to turn his volume up?
Yeah, they were better before.
Nick, hold on just a second. We're gonna see if we can't do something so that we can hear you better. Is it possible to turn on his mic or no, Terry? Nick, are you as close as possible to the mic?
There's another feedback coming from somewhere, I can hear it.
Oh, yeah, I hear it too.
Needs to adjust his volume control up.
Nick, try to adjust your volume control as high as you can, and then please, we wanna hear your comments, so please go ahead. Yell. Summarize it. So, Nick, I'm gonna try to summarize what you said because we're still having a hard time hearing you. If I misconstrue something, please let us know. I think what Commissioner Semidalis was trying to say was that he too agrees that there needs to be, even though there seems to be a fairly good distance there, that as far as a buffer, that there needs to be some type of discussion with the neighbors to determine some type of buffer, even though they may be larger lots, you may, even more reason that you may want to have some type of buffer for that property. Did that do it, Nick? Did I summarize that? Okay, so he said yes.
Another question, I guess, is as far as the master plan. What portion of the master plan that gets approved is really binding as we move into the next phases of the development?
So of the neighborhood master plan, the code states that the neighborhood master plan in its totality is binding.
In its totality?
In its totality.
So if there's 100 houses proposed on that property now, that's what will be developed.
Correct.
Even as we move into preliminary plat, so there's not an opportunity to modify that after
Certainly.
approved by the town board, I guess.
So they would be the neighborhood master plan would be binding, so if you were to approve 100 dwelling units, that would be the maximum density. They could not exceed 100 dwelling units. However, they could come forward and come back to the planning commission and the town board of trustees and they can request an amendment. So they could come back and modify it, or say they end up selling the property, it goes through approval for neighborhood master plan and rezone, and it's still active and approved, the new buyer could come in and decide, I'd just like to go through the whole neighborhood and master plan process again, because I would like a different plan, and they could by right, it is their right to come back to the planning commission, submit a brand new application, all the similar documents, and request it to be modified. I don't believe we see that very often, but there would be a required process for them to change what they are approved for. And it would have to go through full review.
So if I may also state, that is the maximum. If the applicant chose to go down in density for some reason but kept the general configuration that's illustrated in the neighborhood master plan, that may not require a change and to come back for a public hearing to the neighborhood master plan if they're decreasing density. It's when you increase the impact that needs to come before a public hearing.
So, what you're saying, just to make sure I understand it, is if they decided to have less units there, less dwellings there, that kind of a change wouldn't require an amendment. Is that what you're saying, or am I not understanding?
If it's a substantive change, let's say they went from 100 to 20, that would be a fairly substantive change, and the staff may determine that there are impacts that need to be reviewed at that time. If they go from 100 to 70, that will most likely not be a substantive change. That would need to come back. But going down in density, when you're decreasing in impact, that would not necessitate coming back necessarily to the planning commission. There are thresholds for change that they would do, but 100 would be the maximum.
Okay. So it's possible that they could come back with their preliminary plat and have 70 units. Is that possible?
That is possible.
Okay. So I would ask again that we please have order so you can hear us. And we wanna make sure you all can hear what we're saying. Thank you. Okay, so brings to mind a few things. There's a couple things that let me ask about this. Could we condition, I know we already have a couple of conditions in your suggested motion. Could we condition that motion on a few other things? First of all, that there has to be some type of meeting with the neighbors. I know that's not necessarily required in this review, but I think, could we ask that be a condition?
Absolutely.
They have this meeting with the neighbors to discuss things like the buffering, to discuss some of the density concerns and the traffic concerns. That the other condition one of the other conditions I was thinking about was that there be some type of traffic memo that goes before the town council so that they have a bit more information in a more summarized way for them so they can better understand what some of the traffic and ask the applicant to make sure that particular memo addresses some of these traffic concerns.
Yes, so you can condition it so that at the next submittal, so which would be preliminary plat, they would be required to complete a neighborhood master plan prior to submittal. Or not a neighborhood master plan, I'm sorry, a neighborhood meeting prior to submittal, and they would have to provide us documentation of that meeting. And we would sort that out, what exactly we would need from them. But you can condition it on your recommendation to the town board of trustees. And you certainly can add others. You are free to add other conditions as well. And certainly I don't know that if you would like them to provide a memo, a summarization of the traffic impact study, I don't
Yes.
believe we would necessarily need that as a condition of approval, since you want them to provide that to the town board of trustees. I think you can just make that request that moving forward, they need that memo.
I want the town board to have as much information about that as possible. Because I feel that's part of our role, is to make sure they have the information that they need. And from what we've heard, obviously there's some differences in what people feel was appropriate or what was included. And I think it would be helpful that memo try to hit some of those points for the town board.
And I believe the applicant, Kristen and her team would likely be amenable to that.
Yeah, and maybe an updated traffic analysis and re-question the roundabout. Again, just entering there, I don't know, it's in the zoning plan, so probably that's something that we would recommend, to the next level, yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, it seems to, we know that there are the experts in things like water. Our town engineer, for example, has looked at some of these things. And that will continue to happen in these successive steps in the development. So as those things continue to happen, there will be more questions. We'll see it again. We'll see it at least 2 more times. We're gonna see these things. So, and we know there'll be at least probably 2 more traffic type studies. But at least we can start bringing those questions into the equation and start developing, what the issues are and what some possible solutions are. I mean, I do think, again, number 4 is the comprehensive plan approval criteria that is really making me a bit nervous at this point. And I think if we make these conditions, at least we are going down the right path for trying to address this.
ask your port committee how you're gonna connect the trail across two
Ma'am,
eighty-seven.
I'm sorry, the public
No,
hearing
that's
is over.
number two.
Please. Ma'am,
That's
I'm
number
gonna have to
two.
ask you to leave if you continue. Thank you. Okay.
Could I ask another question? So the road, the actual roads in the roundabout, that gets finalized during the plat, not the master plan, correct?
Correct.
So this is not, I mean, this is a concept
This
with
is
the
the concept.
roundabout, and that is not set in stone.
Correct.
I mean, I guess for discussion purposes, I think everybody on this board and everyone in this room agrees that we have a traffic problem on 287 in the town of Berthoud. I think it's personally absurd that CDOT allows a 55 and 65 mile an hour speed limit through the town of Berthoud, and I think that is a big part of what makes that intersection so dangerous. I believe that the two intersections we have at both at Berthoud Parkway and Mountain Avenue on 287 are very dangerous intersections, and the town really needs to address that situation, and I think that's something that I think we should, I guess I'd like to invite the town engineer to come and talk about all the constraints and the issues going on with it. I mean, I think additional 10% traffic at that intersection, it's a bad intersection. Maybe it makes it worse, but it's still a bad intersection. I don't think it's gonna fix it by not doing the subdivision, if that makes sense.
No,
Um,
well, I agree with what you say, you know,
And
it's not the additional traffic that is represented by the development that's gonna make a huge difference.
Yeah.
But, well, when you are at the limit, you know, adding a 10%, it's substantial, so,
Sure.
yeah.
And I think your comments, and correct me if I'm wrong, are going to actually number 3. Is that,
Well,
see here on the criteria?
sorry, Commissioner Anderson, I was just on my soapbox. I forgot to look at the criteria.
No, you're good. You're good.
So yeah, I mean, I don't wanna play traffic engineer and talk about the pros and cons of roundabouts versus intersections and those types of things. I think that needs to be studied and make sure
Yeah.
that it's done properly, especially with the commercial area there. I think that will get a lot more traffic.
So,
I have one more
Go
comment
ahead.
too. I know the gentleman who's farming south of the property, he mentions some of the irrigation infrastructure. And I wasn't sure if that wasn't mentioned in the other agencies, the coordinating agencies. And I was curious, are we sure that we've coordinated with the irrigators and the irrigation and the ditch companies on the property, or could you comment on that?
Yes, so as we move forward, the irrigation ditches are one of our referral agencies. So any ditch that runs through any property within the town of Berthoud that is subject to a land use approval application, we do refer the application out to them amongst all of our other referral agencies. So that ranges from, you know, our fire districts, the Little Thompson Water
Okay.
District, Poudre Valley REA. And so in this particular case, yes, we did refer it out. Welch lateral, we did get comments, and it was at this time, they understand and they'll watch it essentially moving forward. Those were included, I believe, within engineering comments and our water utilities, as there's a connection between Welch lateral and our water utilities. So at this point, but yes, they are aware, and that is certainly something we keep our eye on, because there are a lot of challenges, of course, with water and water law and ditches.
One question I forgot to ask you. I'm sorry, Terry, did you?
Our town attorney, Aaron, has some comments as well.
Oh, great, okay. Aaron, go ahead, please, and if you can speak loudly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but if you could speak even louder, that would really be helpful.
Yeah, it's interesting because I can certainly hear the other commissioners very well, even though you're unable to hear them there. I would suggest, and I think you're going through a great process right now, which is asking your questions. And I don't want to cut you off from the question you were just about to ask. So I would defer
Thank you, Aaron. The question I was gonna ask was just really, just to make sure that I'm comfortable with this. Did hear someone say that they didn't get notice. Can you describe the notice that that you are required to provide and how that happened in this situation?
Absolutely. So when we receive a neighborhood master plan application, upon submittal of the application and staff deeming the application complete, per our development code, we are required to send neighbor notification of the application to adjacent property owners within 500 feet of the subject property. We base that information directly through the Larimer County Assessor's Department. So they have an actual tool on their website that you put in the property, you click on the parcel, and then you can create a buffer, a 500-foot buffer, or it could be greater or what have you. And we then send neighbor notification to the contact information that's under the ownership information, not the actual property information, because oftentimes we can't guarantee that the individuals who are residing in the home are necessarily the property owners. We have found that, and I have had phone calls from individuals who are within 500 feet and they were concerned because they never received a card. And in looking back at the assessor's data, their contact information with the county assessor was out of date. And that is why they did not receive the contact. And I have double checked, and it is essentially neighbor notification is a courtesy per our code. And then when there's a public hearing, we then send out an additional neighborhood notification, and that is required 15 days, no less than 15 days prior to the public hearing. And that is for both, so we can put the notification for Planning Commission and Town and Board of Trustees in the same notification. So that was sent out again through the same exact mechanism. And then the additional public notice that occurs is that when they make an application, they are also required to post public signs on the property that are provided by the town. And oftentimes, I know in this particular case with Revere, they had 3 public notice signs posted on the property from the time they submitted their application. They do blow down, and I have been informed and the applicant has gone out there and fixed them, but sometimes they get knocked down or what have you. And then in addition to that, before a public hearing, I think Ann may have touched upon this earlier, public notice is required in a newspaper of general circulation no less than 15 days prior to the hearings, and I believe that covers all of it.
And you get certification, like I think you use the Berthoud Surveyor and you get certification of the publication, right?
Correct. We get notification, they send us a copy of it and we put it in the public file.
Okay. I just wanna make sure that everybody understood what typically happens and unfortunately sometimes someone doesn't get a notice because of wrong information being with the assessor and okay. Aaron, would you please interject your ideas here?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, members of the commission, I think you've done a great job to this point of getting yourselves ready to deliberate in earnest those facts you've heard as applied to the criteria for approval. And it would be my suggestion that you take these criteria of approval one by one. And Madam Chair, if you would introduce the criteria and then offer to your commissioners opportunity to look at the findings that the staff has made with regards to that criteria. And we're certainly not held or bound to that finding, but then to arrive at a determination on the criteria basis of whether you, as a board, are comfortable that that criteria has been met. And so that would be the 5 criteria for neighborhood master plan, and go out in the staff report, and then the criteria for the zoning amendment as laid out in the staff report, which are not necessarily all files, but those noted in the staff report are just a requirement that one of the
So what, just to summarize what you were saying, Aaron, you were saying that it may be appropriate for us to take each one of the 5 criteria one by one and deliberate as to whether or not we feel that the criteria has been, that particular criterion has been met.
Yes.
Result might, if we decide one of the criterion has yet to be met, or that we think it could be met with further information, would that be something that would be critical to passing this on?
It would be.
So if we decide, let's say one of them was not met, would that be, then would that require us to deny?
I believe the answer to that is yes. Because I believe they are all conjunctive. It's, yes, I believe you have to find that all 5 of those are met with regard to the neighborhood law.
Okay.
And just a question of process, if this is denied, does it still go to the town board or does it come back to the planning commission?
It would be, go ahead, Aaron, sorry.
And connected to that question, I'm sure very, the same as I can, but your decision is not a decision to approve or deny. Your decision is to recommend.
Recommend approval or
Sure.
not, yes.
Sure.
Sorry, I should have said it that way.
I understand.
Yeah, so it absolutely would go on to the board of trustees, with, the record before the board of trustees, including your recommendation.
But that wouldn't mean we couldn't, well, knowing that it will still go, even if we were to say recommend denial, and that it would still go on to the board, I wanna make sure, commissioners, that we provide the board with all the information they can have. I'm wondering if we still could request that as well, or request the meeting with would we be able to request as a condition? If we recommend denial, would we be able to?
Actually, no, you couldn't, because
Yeah.
you can get to A, recommend approval, or B, recommend denial, or C, recommend approval with conditions.
All right, I do think commissioners, tell me if you agree, but I do think we should go through each one of these criteria one by one and make
Yeah.
a decision on those. However, I will tell you that one of the things that I struggle with here a lot is that there has not been a meeting with the neighbors to talk to them about this. And I wanna make sure that we can help cause that to happen. But anyway, let's go ahead and go through these one by one.
And Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Of Aaron as well? Can the deliberation also include creating conditions of approval that would mitigate concerns to take it to that next step, and almost those demands in the conditions of approval that should they be approved, that they would have to perform certain tasks before coming back with the next step?
Yes.
So in other words, we could condition approval on them doing those tasks before things went to the town board. That's what you're saying.
Or submittal of the preliminary plat, or
Okay.
or the next steps. So staff has been writing down some of the discussions with some potential conditions of approval should you request them.
And then if when they have to come back to us, if we move this on and the town board moves this on, they will at one point have to come back to us with the preliminary plat where we could have the discussion about how they have or have not met all our conditions.
Yeah.
Don't lose your commercial.
Definitely, and if you put a condition of approval that they shall do X, Y, and Z prior to even submitting the preliminary plat, with that preliminary plat application, staff would be looking for that information, and if it's not provided, the submittal would be rejected.
interesting. Thank you for that. All right, so commissioners, I think we've decided to go through these one by one. Let's go through number one, which says the land use mix within the project conforms to Berthoud's zoning district map and comprehensive plan, preferred land use map, and furthers the goal and policies of the comprehensive plan. Discussion about this. Staff believes that this is what is envisioned as suburban business and suburban residential, transitioning from lower intensity uses to the north and higher intensity uses to the south. Discussion about this? Comments?
Well, that's a question to the town. I mean, do we respect all the comprehensive plan criteria, or don't we? You say yes?
So I as staff in my review.
Yeah.
And through referral agencies and getting comments from our internal and external agencies, the conclusion, what you see in the staff report is our conclusion. However, our conclusion doesn't necessarily have to jive with your conclusion.
Well, one thing that I know we've had a lot of discussion about, and I know that was a very big topic of discussion when our current plan was developed, was making sure that we have mixed uses within developments. I think there's at least two sort of here. Am I looking at that incorrectly? So that would at least meet the spirit of the plan. And thoughts?
I mean, the concept is certainly there. I mean, the concept is there from the commercial to the higher density, the lower density. I guess the question to me is the density consistent with the neighborhood to the north? As they transition, is the transition is that coordinated well enough with the neighborhood to the north? And I think to me that's the biggest question.
So you're looking at that as if, well, that density though would meet the plan if it's rezoned, right? So density, am I thinking about, so what I'm trying to do here is look at this from the standpoint of, I obviously have my own personal preferences here, but at the same time, trying to make sure that we are looking at this from the standpoint of what the plan would allow and what it would not, because that's what we're required to do.
Yeah.
Not that that always makes me happy from a personal standpoint, but I know that that's what our job is. And so that's why, and with that one, I feel like we're in between a rock and a hard place, but I feel like we have to
say yes.
I think we have to say it does meet what the plan would allow and requires. So again, we all know that we have to look at this from in a very objective way and not allow our personal opinions to go into it. So that makes it tough.
I think it's just a density is going from large acres, acre lots to home sites that maybe comprise 3 homes on an acre. That density could be a potential problem. But I do think that those lots are, larger. They're certainly much larger than the lots to the south. But I think from an intent perspective, it meets the intent of the comprehensive plan. And I Tom did kind of give us a whole explanation on the percentage of what would be considered residential and commercial, and that, there's an appropriate mix there, and it's not written in stone. So if you're looking at that map, the map may not depict 100% of what is actually happening, but the intent is there to do both residential and commercial. For the
Thank you, Nick, and I think we heard most of that. I'm trying to think of how to summarize what you just said, so everybody else knows what you said. I think what you were saying, Nick, was that you agree that it probably complies with number one, because it probably does meet the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. Is that a good
Yeah.
summary? All right, so do we all agree that we think that the applicant is compliant with number one is the first criteria, I should say?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
And Nick just said he agreed, so let's move on then to, thank you, Nick. Let's move on to number two, which is the neighborhood master plan represents a functional system of land use and is consistent with the rationale and criteria set forth in this chapter. The town comprehensive plan, parks, open space, and recreation port plan as amended. And I think there's a similar argument here that the transition from the larger homes and then to the smaller homes and then the commercial area meets the plan's functional system of land use. Would we all agree with that?
Yes.
Everyone agrees with that? Nick said he agrees? Okay. So let's look at number three then. The preliminary traffic, open space, park utility, and pedestrian design is adequate and functional given the existing and planned capacities of each system and meets the standards found in the code. You know, we have to rely on the experts when it comes to some of this.
Yeah.
I do think anecdotal information is important as well. So, but it makes, again, Commissioners, comments about this?
Oh, yeah, I think it meets the criteria.
Do you feel the same way?
Yeah. Yes.
Nick?
I would agree, Madam Chair.
I struggle a little bit with this one, but I think overall, since we have to rely on our referral agencies who haven't identified those issues at this point, I think they probably comply with that. All right, let's look at number 4. Negative impacts on adjacent land uses have been identified and satisfactorily mitigated. Thoughts about this? This is the one I struggled with probably the most.
Yeah, me too.
Me too. Yes.
But again, keeping in mind the procedure here as we think through this. If we deny this, if we recommend denial of this application to the town board, we don't have the opportunity to cause some of the things that we've talked about that we think need to happen. And
You give a message to the.
that's something that we have to be
To do it.
concerned about to a certain extent.
Then it would be Plan C, recommend, make some approve, but with recommendations and.
I mean, I think they're weak on number 4. I think there's an argument to be made that they could be compliant, but I struggle a bit with that.
What about, in this case, I mean, I think the traffic is the issue. Are there alternatives to the traffic, like the roundabout and the right-in, right-out? Configuration that might, help alleviate some of those traffic. I don't know if there are, I was looking at the plot, but, can someone come back to us with an alternative?
And Nick, you hit on a good point there. Would there be conditions that we could place on this where we would request that with the preliminary, before the preliminary plat moves forward, which it does, that there be alternatives provided for review.
Yes, you can make a condition that they would need to look at alternative solutions. Yes, and we can, create language for that.
Where I think we do end up making a motion on this, if we're gonna have a lot of conditions, we make a motion for it to move on. Okay,
Well, it would be the traffic as well as revisiting the landscaping plan and the fencing and the
Yes.
setbacks.
all of that too.
Everything along the north boundaries of property.
And probably parking places inside
And probably parking,
places inside the development.
that bothered me a bit too, Mark.
Yeah,
I also have mixed feelings about that. I have pocket parks in my neighborhood and the
then
ones
we-
that have parking spaces is where people park their spare cars, so.
Forever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
no.
don't know,
Okay, I get it. All right, so how do we wanna go on this one? We wanna, I mean, I think I
So let's
from, as I've been trained to do, I could probably make an argument either way. And this one's a tough one for me. I could say that they've mitigated these to the extent that they believe is appropriate at this point. But even saying that, I would definitely want us to be mindful of making conditions prior to this going to preliminary plat. And some conditions for information for the board as well. Folks feel comfortable with that?
Oh, yeah, yes.
All right, so we will say, we believe they comply with this, being mindful that we're gonna put some conditions on any motion that would recommend approval to the board. Now, let's look at number 5. There is a need or desirability within the community for the development, and the development will help achieve a balance of land use and or housing types within Berthoud according to town goals. I think the question we have to ask ourselves here, is there a need or desirability within the community? It's consistent with the future land use map. Does it achieve a balance of land use or housing types? According to town goals.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, the mixed use is the land use, comprehensive land use. Plan calls for.
I think it's, yeah, I think it's in accordance with this one, I don't see any challenge, only the number 4 we need to amend and put that in 2 words to make sure that it's handled, managed in the next steps. Yeah.
Nick, Commissioner Simbadalis.
I mean, at some point, that area is gonna build out and right now, it's meeting the spirit of what we are looking to achieve.
Thank you. So are we in agreement that they're compliant with number 5?
Yes.
Joe, okay, and Nick just said, yes, I agree. All right, so where that leaves us then? I think we've discussed that we would like to possibly make a, I'm sorry, Aaron, did you have something?
I think that you may want to, move forward just to the rezoning criteria as well.
Before we make a motion on the neighborhood master plan?
Well, whatever, Madam Chair, whatever you decide you would like to either of those is fine.
Yeah, let's do the rezoning and then we can.
So, okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the criteria then. If you could put that on our screens for the rezoning, Terry, that would be helpful. And I do want to point at the audience, this is not, we don't take what we're doing right now lightly. This is very difficult for us because we all have, just like you, we all have emotions, you know, about these things.
You guys have forgotten who the residents are.
But we also need, we have to look at what is, whether the plan has been met and whether the applicant has met the appropriate standards.
The fact that we're all here, number 4 disqualifies that.
Sir,
It
please.
overrules that.
Please, sir, we've already had
We've
public hearing.
demonstrated
I would have to ask you to leave if you continue. Thank you.
All right, do you have elected
Sir?
positions or are you hired? How
Sir?
are you holding these
Sir,
positions?
sir, please, I don't wanna have to ask you to leave. We do appreciate everything that you've all had to say. Obviously, that's why this is making it very difficult for us.
It isn't.
And
It's a cop-out.
Yeah.
You're taking a cop-out,
Sir,
the easy way.
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave if you continue
You
speaking.
wanna volunteer to
Sir?
leave? Okay, cause this is funny, you're talking yourselves into it, it's
Yeah.
hysterical.
Yeah, you're, you don't.
You forgot who the residents are.
Please,
Please. Yeah.
When was the traffic
Yeah.
plan done? Did it take into account?
Every single answer was a no.
Students
Please go get the sheriff.
in the morning and afternoon.
We have to keep appropriate decorum
Every
here.
answer was a no, and you guys talked yourselves
I
out of it.
appreciate,
Worth it. You
we
forgot who the
appreciate
residents
everything
are.
you have to say.
Yeah.
We are trying to make sure that your needs
You
are met
can,
as
you
well.
can vote no. We're voting
But
no.
then-
There's a
but-
process that we need to respect.
But you're not following that process.
Yes, we are.
No, I'm not going to get. Now, we understand that our emotions are running high.
Yeah.
It's very emotional for us too. It's very difficult because we have to follow what's in the plan. And we also, though, I am personally very concerned that there was not a discussion with the neighborhood. I am, and that's a struggle because I do think that your input is very important as we move forward in Berthoud with our development. I'm sorry, I can't recognize you but in a public hearing, and I apologize for that, but those are the rules, and we have to follow them too.
Madam Chair.
Sir, I can't recognize you, I'm sorry.
I understand.
Okay,
I'll be respectful.
thank you, I appreciate that. All right, so let's go through our criteria. Nick, you can still hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so the first criteria says to correct that the purpose of the establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development within the town, the zoning map shall not be amended except when it addresses one or more of the following criteria. 1, to correct a manifest error in an ordinance establishing the zoning for a specific property. I think staff said there wasn't an error. I don't think there was an error.
No, I don't.
No.
Yeah, so that would be a no. To rezone an area or extend the boundary of an existing district because of changed or changing conditions in a particular area or in the town generally. To rezone an area or extend the boundary of an existing district because of changed or changing conditions in a particular area.
But I think that's what the proposal is. It's to change the zoning on the property to match the comprehensive land use plan.
Right.
Correct?
Right, and I think that's the way I was looking at it too. And Nick agrees with that one.
Yep.
You too, Mark? All right.
Yes.
The land to be rezoned was zoned in error and as presently, Aaron,
Madam Chair,
yes?
we
Aaron?
just have to for each one of those.
Okay, so,
Once you found one of those, because Matt, you don't really need to move on to the others.
okay, so we know that they did meet, we believe they met with one criteria here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so the next
Yeah.
thing we would have to do is, unless there's other discussion you all wanna have about this. The next thing we would do is to look at the motions, first for the neighborhood master plan. Now, I'm gonna preface asking you all to take a look at the motion, because we want to, what I'm hearing the commission say is that we wanna put some conditions on that. But what I wanna tell our audience about this is this. At least I personally feel that this is the way that we can at least affect some of this happening appropriately. As you heard Aaron say earlier, our city attorney, if we would have denied and said that it didn't meet the criteria, this still would have gone to the town board. And we would not be able to try to cause an impact on your involvement in this if we did that. So, be that, I want you to be mindful of that, and I think that was what our rationale was here. All right. So let's think about the type of motion that we were talking about. What types of conditions would you, first of all, do we want to start with staff's motion and add more conditions to it? Is that the thought of the commission?
Yes.
Okay. So let's start. Nick, how do you feel about that?
I agree.
Okay, Nick agrees with that. All right, so let's start with that motion and let's add some conditions to that. We talked about adding a request that the developer provide a memo that more specifically addresses some of the traffic concerns that we heard and how, and the information in the traffic study. Okay, so that would be one condition. I don't know how we write this motion, if one of you wants to read it.
So Anne has, as you guys have been discussing, she's really good at this. She proposed, and so obviously this is just a suggestion, you can modify, what have you. Applicant shall provide a traffic memo summarizing the submitted traffic impact study to the town board of trustees and their packet for the neighborhood master plan and change of zone hearing. The applicant shall evaluate the safety, placement, engineering, oh, that's a different one. So just that a traffic memo, that you should create one that summarizes the traffic impact study. So again, the applicant shall provide a traffic memo summarizing the submitted traffic impact study to the town board of trustees and their packet for the neighborhood master plan and change of zone hearing.
Does that sound right?
Are we gonna have some alternatives to the roundabout?
Yeah.
Yes. So maybe we add something about that and then we'll address potential.
So that
Different
Yep.
alternatives to the roundabout to access the new lot, I mean the new.
So you could have the traffic memo as one additional condition, and then as yet another condition, the preliminary plan shall provide a detailed analysis of alternative access points to the proposed development and internal parking. So we could say alternative access points, traffic control, and internal parking.
Yes. Were there any other traffic concerns that we heard tonight from our audience that we think need to be addressed there?
Well, there was the
So we also have, Anne also produced another one, the applicant shall evaluate the safety, placement, engineering, and design of the proposed roundabout.
yeah,
So we can have those three.
and then there was The boundaries, yeah.
Yes, and then we were going to request, I guess it's a condition, request the applicant to hold at least one meeting with the neighbors in this area to discuss things particularly like the buffering and other concerns as well, but just so that I think it's important that there's a dialogue here. And I think that's what we were trying to get at, is that we request that they have this type of public meeting, notice the appropriate landowners near this proposed development.
So we have the applicant shall have at least one neighborhood meeting to address concerns of the residents of the neighborhood to the north, and it probably shouldn't just be the north, it should also be
There's
just
one to the west too, right?
adjacent property owners or.
Yeah, adjacent property owners, and it makes sense. And I think we had a gentleman who had the farm to the south, and I think it's important that he be allowed to be heard about this too.
And then documentation of the meeting shall be included with the preliminary plat application. And that's to Ann's previous point that if they did not supply that information at preliminary plat application, we would we would not accept the application.
Yes. Other conditions, commissioners?
Well, I think we covered and discussed. Did you make other notes about what we discussed?
And just had another one that said the applicant shall update the traffic impact study with the resubmittal of the preliminary plat.
Yes.
Okay, and then this kind of goes again with the neighborhood meeting, is that applicant shall collaborate with the neighborhood to the north regarding the buffer area, so that's
Yes.
more specific then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
like that.
the outcome of the buffer, shall be included, the outcome of the buffer discussions shall be included in the preliminary plat. Sorry.
Now, any other conditions? No?
Covered the parking inside.
Parking, did we talk about parking?
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah, internal park, so that was the preliminary plan shall include a detailed analysis of alternative access points to the proposed development, traffic control, and internal parking.
Okay. I think we got it.
Yeah.
Would you like me to read through them all? Just so
Please.
that you're-
Keep track of all this.
So the applicant shall collaborate with the neighborhood to the north regarding the buffer area. The outcome of these buffer discussions shall be included in the preliminary plat. 2, the applicant shall update the traffic impact study with the submittal of the preliminary plat. 3, the applicant shall have at least one neighborhood meeting to address concerns of the adjacent residents of the neighborhood, and documentation of the meeting shall be included with the preliminary plat application. The applicant shall provide a traffic memo summarizing the submitted traffic impact study to the town board of trustees and their packet for the neighborhood master plan and change of zone hearing. And then 5, the applicant shall evaluate the safety, placement, engineering, and design of the proposed roundabout. 6, the preliminary plan shall include a detailed analysis of alternative access points to the proposed development, traffic control, and internal parking, in addition to the 2 that have been supplied by staff.
Okay.
Anything else, guys? Gal, it's only guys today, but
Yeah, you only have guys.
Nick, anything, did you hear that? Commissioner Donnelly?
I have nothing else, thank you.
Commissioner Hoffman?
I don't have anything else.
Okay. Then at this point, I don't know who's going to make the motion, but at this point, I would entertain a motion with regard to the neighborhood master plan.
Okay, we need to read it.
Do you have the conditions?
Well, I think the motion, if I may, Madam
Okay.
Chair and members of the board, I think the motion would be to approve the neighborhood master plan, with the conditions 1,
Six.
Eight.
Eight,
There's 8
one through
total.
8, sorry.
8 as read into the record prior to making the motion. And I think someone could just so move if they're comfortable.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question
Sure.
actually of Erin? Erin, we did not read in the 2 conditions suggested in the staff report. Do they need to read those in first?
I thought the record was very clear that you're suggesting include those.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So are those part of the 1 through 8?
Yes, yep.
Okay, alright. So I think the motion could simply be approve the neighborhood master plan with the conditions of approval 1 through 8 as read into the record by Tom.
Okay, does someone want to make that motion?
I'm sorry, what is the proper procedure here with the motion?
Well, we need to have all the additional, we
Well,
need to read it.
I think what Aaron's saying is since Ton's already read all the conditions into the
Okay.
record, that
Okay.
you could basically, and the motion pretty much, that
Okay.
you could just say, I move
Forward.
per the
with-
per Ton's suggested motion or whatever that.
Yeah, okay. I move what is being requested. And
I think the
also,
motion, one more time to state it, would be motion to approve recommendation, motion to recommend approval of the neighborhood master plan with the 8 conditions on read into the record.
Okay. Motion to approve neighborhood master plan. Not the Revere neighborhood master plan.
So let's see if I can, I move motion recommended approval with the conditions of 1 through 8 as read into by Tom.
Thank you. Aaron, is that sufficient?
It is, very, very good, thank you.
Okay, then we would need a second for that motion.
second,
Commissioner Hoffman seconded the motion. Terry, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoffmans,
yes.
Commissioner Donnelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Samadalis,
Yes.
Chairperson Anderson.
Yes. Okay. So that leaves us then the rezoning, and I would entertain a motion at this time unless there's further discussion.
No, we have reviewed, we need one criteria that we have, so it's okay.
Yeah. So does anyone want to make that motion?
So we didn't have any additional criteria on the rezoning, I guess, correct?
No.
Well, we could condition it if we wanted to.
No, I
right?
don't think so, it's necessary.
Okay.
I move to recommend approval to the town board of trustees of the Revere rezone request to rezone from PUD planned unit development to a suburban commercial and suburban residential.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Nick Commissioner Samadalis seconds. Terry, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoffmans,
Yes.
Commissioner Donnelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Samadalis,
Yes.
Chairperson Anderson.
Yes. All right, just to make a comment again, I think this was a very difficult decision for all of us. And I want you to know that we don't take these decisions lightly. But again, we do have to follow the plan and the criteria that's in the plan. Personally, I'm glad that the developer did agree that he would be amenable to having a meeting. I think it's really important that there be this dialogue, that you can work certain things out, and I hope that both sides takes advantage of that and does that in earnest. With that, we have staff reports next on the agenda. Anything to report? In the future, we have future meeting dates, that kind of thing?
Thank you.
Who can I talk to?
All right, so Tom, do you wanna mention, or Terry, the future meeting dates?
The next planning commission that was scheduled for April 25th has been canceled. And the next planning commission will be meeting on May 9th. And do we have any land use on that one?
We have Weibel, First Street Industrial Park, which is a neighborhood master plan and rezone as well.
I believe, I can't remember, there may be a code change in that one as well.
Okay, so we may have a code change. Do we have?
It will be later in May, but we can.
Okay. So that, I was wondering if the next one was the code changes. Okay. All right, anything else that staff wants to report?
That I am aware of.
Okay, any, okay, so commissioners, do you have anything that you wanna report?
Nope.
No, not at this time.
Okay. All right, thank you, Nick. All right, so with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn.
All right, so we have a motion to adjourn and a second.
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay, abstentions. We are